Cultivation Online Audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1361 Training Together. Look, this monster has a core, Huang Xiaoli announced in an excited tone as she dug out a monster core from the magical beast they'd just slew. This is our second one today, how lucky. Tian Yang smiled. They've been hunting magical beasts non-stop for the past month. After killing a magical beast, they would sell its valuable parts to the merchants for money and keep the cores to boost their own cultivation. As for the money they earned through selling magical beast parts, they would use it to purchase appearance reforming pills and medicine. Any leftovers would be used to further boost their cultivation. They would stop hunting at the end of every week to spend a day in a hotel in order to clean themselves among other things at night. During this month-long period, Tian Yang increased his cultivation to the third-level Spirit Lord. Huang Xiaoli saw the biggest improvements, reaching the peak of Spirit Grand Master. When Tian Yang saw how fast Huang Xiaoli was advancing, it reminded him of his own lack of talent. Despite most of the resources going towards him, Huang Xiaoli was still advancing faster than he did at her level. It's been a little over 2 months since they started their journey to the desolate continent, and they have spent about a month and a half on the desolate continent itself. How long do you plan on staying in this place? Huang Xiaoli asked him as they lay on the bed at the end of their love session. I applied for 3 months of leave, and I intended to spend at least a month training here, he said. Eh? In that case, you are already late, since it will take us at least another month to return to the sect. I know. You're not worried about punishment? I heard they could be quite severe, she said in a worried tone. This won't be my first time staying outside the sect longer than I'm supposed to, and I have a friend at the sect to rely on during such times. What about you? You're a fellow disciple, too. I requested 4 months of leave, so I still have some time, she said. Even if I return to the sect late, my situation should give me some leeway. Despite mentioning her family's situation, Huang Xiaoli only sounded a little melancholic, a testament to how much she'd grown since then. There is a ship sailing to and from the desolate continent at the beginning of every month. So we can leave in 2 weeks, Tian Yang said. What will you do once you return? Do you have any other family members at home? He suddenly asked. I'm not sure, but I still have my grandparents, she said. How about your family? I'm the only one left, he calmly said. Oh, I'm sorry, don't be. In fact, I don't know anything about my real parents. According to the village I grew up in, I was abandoned there shortly after birth. I was adopted by a single mother who was living alone with her daughter, who became my sister. They were killed before I turned 10, and I have been living alone since then. Huang Xiaoli was shocked by his background, which she was learning about for the first time. Their conversation ended shortly after, and they fell asleep a little later. They continued their training the following day. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Let's start making our way to the docks, said Tian Yang after they cleaned their bodies at the hotel. All right. The docks were located about 100 miles away from the southern stronghold, so it didn't take too long for them to reach their destination. At the docks, a massive ship was stationed with some people already boarding it. That must be the swimming dragon, Huang Xiaoli said after seeing the dragon's head at the front of the ship. There were 3 different ships that traveled to and from the desolate continent. The Raging Serpent, the Wandering Koi, and the Swimming Dragon. However, with the Raging Serpent destroyed by the Flying Leviathan, there were only 2 working ships now. Let's get our room, Tian Yang said as he approached the dock. Read, Tian Yang said as he approached the dock. Read, Tian, Huang Xiaoli happily followed along. However, just as they took a couple of steps, the ground suddenly shook violently, reminiscent of the event that occurred nearly 3 months ago with the sea demon. What's happening? Just as Huang Xiaoli spoke, a black wall suddenly erupted from the edge of the land, enveloping the entire desolate continent like some kind of dome. This black dome covered the entire sky, blocking everything except sunlight. In the wake of the black dome's emergence, an authoritative voice echoed across the desolate continent. And the desolate continent has just been sealed. No entry or exit shall be permitted until the entity known as Colossal is exterminated. Shortly after this announcement, the world started to tremble again as multiple waves of intense spiritual energy swept the desolate continent, almost as though there were multiple immortal experts fighting on the land. "What the hell is happening? Who was that speaking?" Panicked screaming could be heard coming from the ship in the distance. In fact, everyone on the continent was demanding for answers, but the voice did not return, leaving them to speculate. "I don't know what is happening exactly, but it's obvious that someone is trying to hunt the colossal," Tianyang said to Huang Shaoli. "But what does that have to do with us? They can't keep everyone in here because of that." Tianyang looked at the dome in the sky and sighed. "When you are powerful enough, you can do anything you want. After all, who will stop you? Anyways, let's get to the ship first. Maybe they can still leave," Tianyang suggested a moment later. "Okay." They quickly approached the ship, ignoring the powerful waves of spiritual energy that were constantly sweeping across the continent. This chapter is updated by https://bard. Chapter 1362, Unable to Enter or Leave. 1362, Unable to Enter or Leave. By the time Tianyang and Huang Shaoli arrived at the ship, the swimming dragon was already released from the docks and sailing towards the black wall a few miles away. "Should we just ride the ship?" Huang Shaoli asked Tianyang, who could simply fly them to the ship. "We'll get closer to the ship, but we won't board it just yet," he said, worried that something might happen once the ship reaches the wall. Okay, Tianyang carried her into the sky and chased after the ship. Mordant. A few moments later, the ship reached the wall, and Tianyang watched as the swimming dragon crashed into the wall. Bang! The instant the front of the ship made contact with the black wall, an unfathomable force emanated from it, repelling the vessel. The swimming dragon soared out of the sea, hurtling dozens of miles into the continent before crashing into the ground. Tianyang and Huang Shaoli's eyes were wide open after witnessing such a scene. "I'm glad we didn't get on that ship." Huang Shaoli mumbled in a dazed voice. "Yeah." Tianyang nodded in agreement. "What should we do now?" she asked a moment later. "There's nothing we can do but wait it out. The barrier should disappear once these experts slay the colossal and accomplish their goal." "Hopefully it won't take too long," she sighed. After returning to land, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli sat on the ground and patiently waited for the dome to disappear. However, waves of spiritual energy continued to appear even days later, and the black dome still enveloped the continent. "This is getting ridiculous. How can they fight for days without rest?" Huang Shaoli sighed out loud. "These experts have unfathomable prowess. I cannot even tell what their cultivation level is." Tianyang shook his head. "Just to fight the colossal requires one to be a divine king, so they are at least above that level. Divine king, they are truly an existence unfathomable to us, who are still in the spirit realm." Sometime later, Tianyang suggested, "Since it looks like this will take a while, let's return to the city." Okay. When they arrived at the southern stronghold, Tianyang was surprised to see how many people were in the city. "I've never seen this place so crowded before. They can't even walk around without constantly rubbing shoulders." Huang Shaoli was shocked by the scene. Not only was the city brimming with people, but there were also hundreds of individuals camping around the city on the outside. "Should we also set up a tent outside?" Huang Shaoli asked. "I doubt we'll be able to find a room in the hotel anyway." He nodded. They quickly found an empty spot to set up their tent, something they'd purchased during the earlier days of their training. As they prepared their tent, Tianyang could hear the others around them talking to each other. "I'm telling you, there are over 100 divine realm cultivators fighting the colossal. I saw it with my own eyes." "What were their cultivation levels?" "I can only sense up to divine emperor, and out of the 100 or so experts fighting, I could only sense 3 divine emperors, so everyone else must be higher than divine emperor. Heavens, this must be an all-out war with the colossal. Why are they even targeting the colossal? It doesn't even attack anyone unless provoked. It might be due to a certain rumor." "What rumor?" "According to the rumor, there exists an immortal's graveyard somewhere within the desolate continent. This immortal was a golden immortal when he was still alive, so he must have left behind some insanely powerful treasure. Some even speculate that the Colossal has something to do with that immortal, that it might be the key to finding the immortal's graveyard. There's no way. How many cultivators have reached the realm of golden immortals since the beginning of time? Less than 5. If this rumor is true, it would be a historical discovery. Golden immortal. Tianyang muttered after hearing this information. During this period of time, golden immortal was the highest level of cultivation known to man, so it was literally the peak of cultivation. Do you think the rumors are true? Huang Xiaoli asked out of curiosity. If it was true, it would make sense why these experts are so desperate to defeat the Colossal. Or they think that the Colossal might have some amazing treasure within its possession, he quickly added. Honestly, that would make more sense, Huang Xiaoli agreed. A week later, Tianyang peeked at the sky from inside the tent after his cultivation session ended. It's been 2 weeks now. Just how long does it take for 100 Divine Realm experts to defeat a single opponent? He sighed out loud. Suddenly, someone could be heard shouting in a panicked manner. Run! Run away! The fight with the Colossal is approaching our direction.
What? Xiaoli, wake up! We have to leave right now!
Tianyang shook her awake. Huh? What happened? The Colossal is coming here. What? As they exited the tent, a dark figure emerged on the farthest reaches of the horizon. Its size swiftly expanded, indicating its imminent approach. Huang Xiaoli still recalled her first encounter with the Colossal, as though it happened yesterday, and her body trembled upon seeing it again. As they tore down their tent, Huang Xiaoli asked, "Which way should we go?" "The Colossal appeared from the west, so we can only go east." "What about the teleportation array? We can use that." However, someone else responded to her. "The teleportation arrays have stopped working ever since the barrier appeared. We can only move on foot." That's crazy. Once they packed their stuff, Tianyang and Huang Xiaoli began running towards the eastern stronghold, with hundreds of others moving in the same direction, resembling that of a village migration. This content is taken from Beard Tald, chapter 1363, Stuck in a Loop. Stuck in a loop during their journey to the eastern stronghold, they encountered many magical beasts in their path. However, since many people were traveling together, it made things somewhat manageable. With that being said, there were still many casualties. The journey from the southern stronghold to the eastern stronghold took a little over a month with barely any time to rest. "We should be safe for a while now." Tianyang sighed after setting up their tent again, hearing no response. He looked at Huang Xiaoli, who was silently gazing at the barrier in the sky. "How much longer do we have to keep running? This isn't that much different from our encounter with the flying Leviathan," she mumbled in a dazed voice. "Are we caught in some kind of loop where we are constantly running away from entities that we cannot even imagine fighting? Unfortunately, this is simply how life for weaklings like us works. Is there truly nothing we can do?" She sighed. "We can only continue to improve ourselves until the day that we no longer have to run arrives." "The fact you can do that is impressive enough. But that's also what I love about you." Time continued to pass. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. It has been 5 months since the desolate continent became isolated from the rest of the world, and news of its situation had already spread throughout the divine heavens. Damn it. That reckless idiot hasn't returned to the sect for half a year. But his life jade slip is still working, so he's obviously not dead. That idiot must have gone to the desolate continent. Elder Sun kicked her table in frustration. "If you are that worried about him, why don't you go there and save him?" someone suggested. "That isn't possible as long as that barrier is around the desolated continent. In the first place, this isn't a situation that can be handled by a single individual." "If you complain to your family, don't bring them up. I left them for a reason, and I won't go back no matter what. Whatever you say." Despite her words, Elder Sun was already contemplating asking her family for help. Meanwhile, Tianyang and Huang Xiaoli traversed nearly the entire desolate continent during the past 5 months, moving from city to city whenever the Colossal got close. Tianyang's cultivation continued to progress, and eventually reached 5th level Spirit Lord, while Huang Xiaoli surpassed Spirit Grand Master and entered the realm of Spirit Lord, quickly catching up to Tianyang. After spending so much time sealed within the desolate continent, they have long stopped wondering when the barrier will be removed and focused on improving their new lifestyle and increasing their chances of survival. Our supply of appearance-reforming pills will be running out very soon, Huang Xiaoli warned Tianyang. Not only did they have to run from the Colossal, they also had to avoid the gold and money bandits. Even with their current situation, the lawless nature refused to stop. In fact, it even got worse. They tried to travel without their disguises a month into their confinement, but they were immediately recognized by the bandits, forcing them to continue relying on disguises. They started using the appearance-reforming pills sparingly and purchased any they could find, but that wasn't enough to keep them from running out of supply. "Even my makeup has run out," she sighed. "We are already traveling separately from the group, so there's really nothing else we can do." Tianyang shook his head. "Why are these damn bandits so persistent anyway?" Huang Xiaoli stomped the ground in anger. "Considering how nobody can enter the land and people are lying left and right, they are probably running out of people to bully," Tianyang said. "Also, the fact that we've killed several of their members most likely has something to do with it. That's called self-defense. Murder is still murder. I swear that if we get out of here alive, I will come back in the future to eradicate every last one of them." Huang Xiaoli bellowed. "Oh? I'd love to see how you plan on doing that." A foreign voice suddenly responded to her threat. "Who's there?" Tianyang and Huang Xiaoli immediately went into a combative stance in response. Over 20 people emerged from the shadow surrounding them. "How did I not notice this many people around us? That's impossible." Tianyang was shocked. "Are you bastards from gold and money bandits?" Huang Xiaoli glared at them with killing intent. "We're not just from the gold and money bandits, we are the gang." The voice resounded, and it came from a middle-aged man who was emitting the prowess of a spirit king. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "I am the leader is what it means." The man laughed. Tianyang gritted his teeth as he tried to find a way out of their predicament. However, their opponents had a spirit king on their side who could easily kill both of them by himself. There was simply no way to escape. "How did you find us?" Tianyang asked. "It wasn't difficult. In fact, we could have located you whenever we wanted during these last few months. The only reason we didn't was simply because there were bigger fishes out there to hunt." "What do you want from us?" Tianyang asked. A cold grin appeared on the leader's face as he spoke. "Just one thing, your life." After a pause, he corrected himself. "Actually, that would be 2 things, since there are 2 of you." This content is taken from Perdao, chapter 1364, Deceiving Himself. Not, Shapt, the alert, 1364, Deceiving Himself. Xiao, Li, listen to me. While I try to block them, you need to run away as fast as possible. Tianyang said to Huang Xiaoli through divine sense. "What? No way. I will not leave you here to die alone. If you're going to stay here and fight, so will I." She immediately rejected his plan. "Damn it. This isn't the time to be stubborn. I promised to protect you, so just listen to me and let me protect you." Despite telling her to run away, Tianyang knew there was essentially no chance he could block them long enough for her to escape, and he was only trying to deceive himself. "Do you seriously think you can escape in this situation?" The leader suddenly laughed out loud, almost as if he could hear their conversation. "Why do you want to kill us? We've never done anything to offend you," Huang Xiaoli shouted. "But you killed several of my men, though. That's self-defense. Then you can consider this as self-defense, too." The leader laughed maniacally. Tianyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Xiaoli, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me?" "Because I have failed to keep my promise. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you." "And nonsense. We can survive this just as we'd survived until now." Tianyang didn't respond. "Talking between yourselves again? Go ahead. I'll let you say your goodbyes since I am a good person," the leader said. In the following moment, Tianyang suddenly moved. However, he didn't move to attack the bandits. He appeared right beside Huang Xiaoli and grabbed her hand. "I love you," he muttered to her in a low and gentle voice. "I love—" The moment Huang Xiaoli opened her mouth to respond, Tianyang, using all his strength, tossed her into the air and away from the bandits. "Run!" he shouted at her. The leader sneered at his pointless attempt and spoke in a commanding tone. "Half of you go hunt that escaped rat." Seeing this, Tianyang tried his best to block them. However, he wasn't able to block a single one from chasing after Huang Xiaoli. What can a powerless man like you do? The leader of the gang blocked Tianyang from his attempt. Why struggle when you know it'll be in vain? The leader casually deflected his attack. The difference between Spirit Lord and Spirit King was like heaven and earth. There was simply no chance for a talentless person like Tianyang to overcome such a hurdle. However, the leader didn't immediately kill Tianyang and toyed with him by giving him minor injuries, almost as if the leader wanted his opponent to bleed to death. Many minutes of struggling later, the other bandits returned, and in their grasp was Huang Xiaoli's lifeless body. Tianyang lost his strength when he saw her corpse. "Oh, took you guys long enough," the leader said to them. The bandit carrying her corpse tossed her body onto the ground like trash and said, "The bastard was stronger than expected, and even managed to kill 2 of us." The leader raised an eyebrow when he saw Huang Xiaoli's appearance. "Huh? Who is this woman?" "Ah, she was a woman disguised as a man. We didn't realize it until we killed her." The bandit sighed. "Truly a pity. We could have had so much fun with a beauty like her." The leader shook his head. He continued, "Whatever, I'm sure some of the guys back at the base are into this kind of stuff. Keep her corpse for now, Roger." "Nee." Tianyang remained frozen, almost as though he had turned into stone, his eyes void of light. "Hey, are you still alive?" The leader suddenly pierced his sword into Tianyang's stomach. Seeing not even the slightest reaction from Tianyang, the leader sighed. "How boring!" He raised his arm in preparation to behead Tianyang. Right as the leader pulled his sword back, one of the bandits suddenly screamed in a terrified voice, "Leader, behind you! Hun!" The leader turned around to see a massive ball of flames flying towards them. "What the foo? Boom!" The ball of flames landed near them, exploding viciously. The leader and half of the bandits there instantly turned to charcoal from the flames, while everyone else was blown away by the explosion, including Tianyang, who barely managed to escape the flames because the leader had stood in front of him and blocked most of it. Unbeknownst to them, the ball of flames had been launched by one of the experts fighting the Colossal. Upon missing its target, the ball of flame disappeared into the horizon and happened to land by Tianyang. "Fuck! The leader's dead! Run before another attack comes." The surviving bandits scrambled away, ignoring Tianyang, who looked as good as dead anyway. Several days later, someone approached Tianyang's corpse, like body cautiously. "Wow, how is this bastard still alive with such injuries?" a young man's voice exclaimed in a surprised tone. After a moment of silence, the young man spoke again. "Your determination to live must be quite impressive. I cannot allow such a warrior to die like this." The young man proceeded to retrieve a vial of an unknown substance and poured it into Tianyang's mouth. Within moments, the injuries on Tianyang's body started recovering at a rapid rate. A few minutes later, Tianyang slowly opened his eyes. When he sensed something next to him, Tianyang subconsciously attacked. "Get your dirty hands off her, you bastards!" Tianyang roared. "Whoa!" The young man swiftly evaded his attack and distanced from Tianyang. "Calm down, buddy. I'm not here to hurt you." After coming to his senses, Tianyang looked around frantically. "Where are the bandits? Where's Xiaoli?" "I haven't seen any bandits, nor do I know who this Xiaoli is." The young man shrugged. "Who are you?" Tianyang asked the young man with gold-colored hair. "Where are your manners? You should introduce yourself first before asking for another's identity. Whatever. I'm in a good mood, so I will look past it." "I'm cool as. What about you?" The young man introduced himself. Read latest chapters at Thprot Seko Only Chapter 1 Tive Strength 365, Immortal Ensnaring Vault. Chapter 1365, Immortal Ensnaring Vault. 1365, Immortal Ensnaring Vault. Tian Yang, huh? Why were you on the brink of death, Tian Yang? Kulas asked him. After hearing this question, he recalled everything that had happened to him before he was knocked unconscious, followed by a tsunami of emotion that consumed him with anguish. Shaoli. He ignored Kulas and ran to the crater created by the ball of flames. However, there was no sign of Huang Shaoli. The ball of flames that appeared out of thin air had erased all signs of the bandits along with Huang Shaoli's corpse. Tian Yang fell to his knees and started bawling his eyes out. Shaoli, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Eh. Tian Yang released a deafening howl that carried immense anguish and anger. Kulas watched this scene unfold before him with a serious expression on his face. Even though he didn't know the situation, even a blind man could tell that something tragic had occurred to Tian Yang, remained in the kneeling position for many hours on end, without moving a single muscle. Eventually Kulas approached him from behind and spoke in a gentle voice. I don't know what happened, but you clearly have unfinished business. Are you going to sit there until you die from anguish, or are you going to do something about it? Tian Yang was unresponsive. Kulas continued trying. This Shaoli, was she your lover or something? Tian Yang's body had a slight reaction when he heard her name. Seeing this, Kulas continued. Judging by the scene, it's been several days since whatever happened here ended. You've managed to survive so many days with injuries that would have killed someone else over 100 times. Your determination is unfathomable. I know you are not someone to give up no matter how bad things get. My injuries, did you heal them for me? Tian Yang suddenly asked. That's right. I had a feeling that you weren't meant to die here, so I fed you some medicine. Kulas, correct? That's right. Thank you, Kulas. Tian Yang wiped his face and slowly stood up. He lifted his head and stared at heaven with a profound expression on his face. The barrier, it's gone? At that moment, Tian Yang realized the barrier that had ensnared the desolate continent had vanished. The immortal ensnaring vault? It was lifted 3 days ago. Kulas revealed. Huh? Tian Yang looked at him with wide eyes. Why do you know? After a brief pause, his face twisted with anger. Don't tell me you're responsible for that barrier. What? Kulas reacted to his accusation with shock. That's quite the accusation. Do I look like someone who could deploy such a priceless treasure? That was something done by the immortal clans. Immortal clans? What are you talking about? Tian Yang frowned. You really don't know anything, huh? Well, I don't blame you. Kulas shrugged. He continued. The barrier that sealed this place for half a year is called the Immortal Ensnaring Vault, a treasure owned by one of the 9 immortal clans. It was activated to prevent the key from escaping when the immortal clans worked together to subjugate it. Key? Are you talking about the Colossal? Anyways, the immortal clans succeeded in eliminating the key and revealed the entrance to the immortals' graveyard. Now everyone around the divine heavens is rushing to this place to enter the immortals' graveyard. Tian Yang gritted his teeth after learning this information. Because of these immortal clan bastards, Shaoli had to suffer and die an undeserving death. He clenched his fist so hard that it began to bleed. You should keep such words to yourself. If anyone from the immortal clans were to hear you, they would have skinned you alive, Kulas nervously said as he looked around to ensure they were alone. 9 immortal clans? I swear I will make you pay for this. Tian Yang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. Hey, what do you think about visiting the immortals' graveyard with me? Kulas suddenly said. I decline. Tian Yang frowned, his reluctance etched across his face. Eh? Why not? Why should I? He immediately rebuked. Well, for one, you can acquire all kinds of powerful treasures if you're lucky, and if you're fated, you might even acquire the immortal's legacy. If you had that, standing at the peak of the world wouldn't be a fantasy. As for the second reason, you kind of owe me for saving your life, you know. Kulas chuckled. Tianyang fell silent and began pondering. Why me? No special reason. I just think we were brought together by fate, and I admire your tenacity. If I had a guy like you around, my chances of survival would surely increase. What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? Tianyang snickered. But it is true that I owe him for saving my life, he sighed inwardly. Think about it. There's a reason that even geniuses from top sects are scurrying to come here. He's right. This could be an opportunity for me to finally achieve my dreams. Of course, I'm not forcing you to come with me. I'm just asking as a friend. Since when did we become friends? I'm not sure. A few moments ago, I suppose. Kulas laughed heartily. Tianyang rubbed his eyes and sighed. All right, I will accompany you to the Immortals' graveyard. Kula's eyes immediately brightened. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The entrance will be opened in 2 days' time, so we should just barely make it to witness the opening if we move out now. Follow me. Right as Tianyang prepared to follow Kulas, he noticed a subtle glint in the corner of his eyes. That's... Tianyang immediately went to pick up the object shining on the ground. Shaoli, he muttered in a low voice as he recognized the object as Huang Shaoli's spatial ring. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Kulas called for him from a distance. Tianyang tightly held the ring and pressed it against his heart before muttering in a resolute voice, I swear I will seek justice for you even if it's the last thing I do. New novel chapters are published on Weird Earn Chapter 1366 Definition of Talent, Chapter 1366 Definition of Talent. 1366 Definition of Talent. After putting away Huang Shaoli's storage ring, Tianyang went after Kulas, who was waiting for him in the distance. What did you find on the ground? Kulas asked him with a curious gaze. A purpose, he responded in a cold voice. Seeing his serious expression, Kulas didn't question further. Instead, Tianyang inquired more information about the Immortals' graveyard. Tell me more about this Immortals' graveyard. Kulas nodded and shared his knowledge. The Immortals' graveyard's official name is Han Zexian's tomb. Han Zexian was one of the top golden immortals, but he vanished about 30,000 years ago. The 9 immortal clans eventually learned that he was last seen in this desolate continent and spent the last 1,000 years looking for him. In the end, all they found was the entrance to a sealed tomb. On the door to the tomb was a clue, which hinted at the Colossal. After eliminating the Colossal, the seal to the tomb was released. Tianyang took a moment to digest this information before asking, The 9 immortal clans must have expended an immense amount of resources to deal with the Colossal, since it took them half a year of constant fighting to defeat it. Are they really allowing everyone to enter it? Sounds a little suspicious. Even the 9 immortal clans wouldn't dare to be so selfish. If this was just any ordinary tomb, then they would have been able to do so. But Han Zexian was no ordinary cultivator. He was the first cultivator to ever reach Golden Immortal, and he helped the cultivation scene advance tremendously. He was a public figure who shared his experience and knowledge with as many people as he could. If the 9 immortal clans were to dare take his tomb for themselves, you can imagine how the world would react. Han Zexian Tianyang mumbled. He's heard of this name several times during lectures at the sect, but he never really cared too much about it. Though there is one caveat for making the tomb public. The 9 immortal clans get to send in their people first, and nobody can enter for the first 7 days. After the 7-day period ends, it will be a free-for-all. Really? A few minutes later, they encountered a magical beast in the Spirit Emperor realm. Don't worry, I got this. Kulas suddenly charged at the magical beast without any hesitation. Wielding 2 gauntlets on his fists, he released a powerful punch, striking the magical beast directly between its eyes and killing it in a single strike. He's a Spirit Emperor at such an age? He must be a genius from a renowned sect. Tianyang was greatly surprised. It was no wonder he couldn't sense Kula's cultivation. As long as we don't encounter any spirit sovereigns or above, I'll get rid of them, Kula said as he removed his gauntlets. How old are you? Tianyang asked out of curiosity. I'm 20 years old, he calmly said. Tian Yang was speechless. Kulaz was half his age, but had already become a spirit emperor. The difference in their talent was so vast that he didn't even want to think about it. At 20 years old, Tian Yang was still a mere spirit apprentice. While he most likely started cultivation much later than Kulaz, it wouldn't have made a difference. Even if Tian Yang started at the moment of his birth, he wouldn't have been a spirit emperor by now. Kulaz saw the look of defeat on Tian Yang's face and smiled. Talent isn't everything in this world. Tian Yang looked at him and sneered. That's easy to say for someone as talented as you. Kulaz shook his head and said, While I may seem talented in your eyes, there are countless geniuses more talented than me. If you ask me what I think is more important than talent, it would be one's fate. No matter how talented one may be, if you are not fated to achieve great things, what use is such talent? Countless geniuses above me have perished before they even got the chance to flourish. What use is fate if you have no talents? You'd still live a life as a powerless ant. Kulaz smiled and said, That's the thing. You don't know what fate has in store for you until it happens. While you may be born without talents, who's to say that you won't acquire talents in the future? Acquiring talents? That's nonsense, Tian Yang sneered. I don't know what your definition of talent is, but one's talent is not set in stone. There are countless treasures and mythical techniques out there that can turn someone ordinary into a dragon overnight. Tian Yang could not deny Kulaz's words. Kulaz suddenly continued, Why do you think places like the Immortal's graveyard exist? So the rich could get richer, so the talented could become even more powerful. While that is certainly possible and happens all the time, I believe their main purpose is to attract the one with the strongest fate. Who knows, you might acquire Han Zexian's legacy and become a dragon. Yeah, right. Kulaz looked at him with a profound smile and said, That said, I think you're already quite talented. Me? Talented? Ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard all decade long. Being able to survive is also a talent. I can tell at a glance that you're someone who has encountered countless life or death situations, more than anyone that I know. Despite having less talent than those geniuses I know, you've managed to survive this long. If that isn't a talent, I don't know what is. You call that talent? If so, I'd rather not have such talents. What's the point if I keep barely managing to survive like a beggar? That's just called a struggle. I guess it won't be easy to change your mind, but I'm sure you'll eventually realize the truth. Kulaz laughed heartily. What a weird fellow. Tian Yang shook his head inwardly. This content is taken from Chapter 1367, 9 Immortal Clans. 1367, 9 Immortal Clans. We're here, Kulaz declared when they arrived at an empty plot of land that stretched for miles after traveling for almost an entire day. Tian Yang calmly analyzed the scene before him. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of people already gathered there, with 9 distinctive groups of people at the very front, all of them standing before a massive gate laid on the ground. This gate appeared to be made of stone, and it had the word Han engraved on it. Furthermore, it was laid directly on the floor, almost as though it was the doorway to an underground world. Those people standing in the very front are from the 9 immortal clans, said Kulaz. Hearing this, Tian Yang immediately memorized the faces of everyone from the 9 immortal clans, as well as their distinctive uniforms. These bastards are responsible for Shaoli's death. Tian Yang subconsciously emitted killing intent through his gaze. When Kulaz noticed this, he immediately slapped Tian Yang in the back and muttered in a low voice, Directing killing intent at the immortal clans? Are you insane? You're a dead man if they noticed it. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. Tian Yang apologized, kicking himself for failing to control his emotions. I don't know why you're acting like this, but you need to keep yourself in control, or you're dead before you even step foot inside the tomb. I know. Tian Yang clenched his fists. Unbeknownst to Tian Yang, some of the experts from the 9 immortal clans had noticed his killing intent, but when they saw that he was a mere spirit lord, they immediately disregarded him as they saw no threat in him. Let's get in line, Kulaz said to him a moment later. Tian Yang and Kulaz went to stand behind the others. There was a large gap between the 9 immortal clans and the others. In some special cases, the 9 immortal clans made exceptions for several individuals, allowing them to enter within the first 7 days. The rule first come, first served did not apply here. If one had the strength to back them up, they could easily move to the front of the line. After all, what could the rest of them do besides blame themselves for lacking in strength? A day later, the moment arrived for the tomb to be unveiled, drawing hundreds of thousands of cultivators to witness the historical event. The 9 immortal clans' representative stood before the door on the ground, but before opening it, he declared in a loud voice, as agreed upon, the 9 immortal clans will enter the tomb first. Regardless if you're a sect leader or a rogue cultivator, everyone else must wait 7 full days before they are allowed to enter, or they will immediately be killed. There will be no exceptions. The representative proceeded to open the door by placing an item on it. The doors opened inwardly the next moment, unveiling the entrance to another dimension. Suddenly, before anyone from the 9 immortal clans could even move, several dozen figures from the crowd behind them rushed toward the entrance. "Let's see if you can stop all of us at once." However, before these individuals could even get close to the entrance, several experts from the 9 immortal clans moved with such swiftness that all of the rebels were slain faster than one could even blink their eyes. These rebels were not weak by any means. Most of them were spirit emperors and above, with a few even at the divine realm. Nonetheless, they were all slain with a single strike. Most of the people there didn't even bat an eyelid after witnessing such a scene, almost as if they were all expecting a few rebels to appear. "Does anyone else want to try?" A calm voice resounded a moment later, carrying the pressure of an immortal. The voice was met with silence. A few moments later, the people from the 9 immortal clans jumped into the entrance, disappearing into the ground over the next several days. Even more people arrived at the site. "There are millions of people here." Tian Yang swallowed nervously, as he'd never seen so many experts gathered in one place before. Suddenly he sensed a familiar presence appearing above him. Huh! When he looked up, he could see a woman staring at him with an enraged expression on her beautiful face. "Senior Sun?" He immediately recognized her as Elder Sun, as I thought. "You disappeared to this place." Elder Sun landed in front of him. "What are you doing here, Senior? You dare ask me such a question after disappearing for nearly a year. Do you want me to beat you right now?" Elder Sun reprimanded him as she grabbed one of his ears and began pulling on it with immense strength. "Ah! Stop! You'll tear it right off!" Tian Yang cried out loud. "If that'll stop you from doing any more reckless things, I'll tear both of them off." Kulas stared at their performance with an entertained face. It bright. "Who's this beautiful fairy?" he asked. "She's a sect elder from my sect," Tian Yang said. "And who are you?" Elder Sun looked at Kulas. "I'm Kulas," he smiled. "He's my savior," Tian Yang added. "Savior?" Elder Sun raised an eyebrow. Kulas shook his head and said, "I didn't do much, honestly. He did most of the surviving. I just happened to come across him and fed him some spare medicine I had. I'm not surprised. He's even more tenacious than a cockroach," Elder Sun said. She suddenly released Tian Yang's ear and gave a courteous bow to Kulas. "Regardless, I thank you for saving him. Please raise your head, Senior." "I only did what was right." Elder Sun turned to look at Tian Yang and demanded in a cold voice, "You better explain to me everything that happened." The source of this content is Fovd Year, BA 2 Chapter 1368. Elder Sun, Chapter 1368, Elder Sun, 3:1368, Elder Sun. I have to explain everything. Unwanted memories flashed within Tian Yang's head, causing his expression to darken. "What?" Elder Sun was startled by Tian Yang's dark expression, which seemed to be filled with anguish. Although she had seen him being down before, especially when one mentioned about his lack of talents, she had never seen such a defeated look on his face. What did he experience during the past year? She swallowed nervously as she wondered. "You, what happened to you?" She gathered enough courage to ask him a moment later. However, Tian Yang remained silent. Seeing this, Elder Sun turned to look at Kulas for answers, but he merely shrugged while shaking his head in silence. "Whatever. You don't have to tell me now, but whenever you're ready. Tian Yang silently nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. Anyways, our sect will also be participating in this event. They are currently making their way here as we speak. I just happened to arrive first, Elder Sun said, omitting the reason she separated from the sect just to arrive at the desolate continent faster. The sect, Tian Yang mumbled. He then asked, Do I have to move with the sect inside the tomb? Of course not. In the first place, many sect elders and even the sect leader himself will be participating, so it's not an activity meant for disciples. While disciples are allowed to participate if they desire, they won't receive any assistance from the sect, so you're by yourself once inside, Elder Sun said. Is that so? Tian Yang wasn't surprised. The tomb of a golden immortal attracted experts more than others. It's not like we can compete with them anyway. Tian Yang had already anticipated that the experts would take most of the treasures for themselves while he and the others fought for the leftovers. Kulas suddenly spoke. Speaking of inside, none of the people from the 9 immortal clans have returned since they entered the tomb. Normally they would scout the place first before engaging it fully, but not this time either. They are really tight on time, or they've all perished inside. What? There's no way the 9 immortal clans would perish inside a tomb, even if it belongs to a golden immortal. Elder Sun scoffed at that idea. The 9 immortal clans aren't merely powerful. They represent the most powerful families in the divine heavens. If these formidable forces prove unable to survive Han Zexian's tomb, what hope could the others harbor for survival? Would they not be marching willingly into their own graves? Even if you say that, it's almost been 7 days since they entered, but not a single one of them has returned. Kulas looked at the door with a pondering look on his face. Tian Yang looked at Elder Sun and asked, Do you also plan on participating? She shook her head. No, I have no interest in the tomb. Then why did you even come here in the first place? Tian Yang raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. I have my own reasons. After a brief pause, she looked at him and continued, You're entering the tomb, right? He nodded with a serious expression. Is there anything I can say that will persuade you otherwise? Tian Yang stayed silent, but his expression was as stubborn as ever. Elder Sun sighed. How stupid of me to think I could persuade you when it hasn't worked since the beginning. I know you're worried about me, but I have to grow stronger no matter what. I'm sorry, Senior, Tian Yang said. Who would be worried about a reckless brat like you? Elder Sun sneered. Then she continued. Give me your hand. I'll repair the life-saving treasure in you, huh? However, Tian Yang merely reacted with a puzzled look on his face. What life-saving treasure? I don't have anything like that on me, he said, without explaining further. Elder Sun grabbed his hand and closed her eyes the following moment. Tian Yang could feel her spiritual energy entering his dantian. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel something being restored inside his body. Once she repaired the treasure, Elder Sun opened her eyes to see a baffled look on Tian Yang's face. What is going on? He inquired again. Elder Sun then explained, After seeing how you love to court death so much, I planted a life-saving treasure within your body. When did you do something like that? Tian Yang exclaimed. She sighed long before you even became an inner disciple. However, it never activated until recently. Recently? How recently? Tian Yang had a premonition that he already knew the answer before even asking. About a month after you disappeared from the sect, I suppose, Elder Sun answered. Tian Yang immediately recalled how he managed to survive the massive sea demon's strike. That was because of the life-saving treasure you'd given me? Tian Yang muttered in a dazed voice. That's right, she immediately replied. I don't know what situation you were in at that time, but the life-saving treasure only activates when it senses certain death, teleporting you to the nearest safe place. In that case at that time, her family had already been, even though he had a suspicion that the Huang family hadn't survived the sea demon's attack. Having confirmation was an entirely different matter. Why? Why didn't you tell me before? Tian Yang suddenly glared at Elder Sun with a hint of anger in his gaze. If he'd known about it beforehand, he could have saved the entire Huang family, and things on the desolate continent would have played out differently. We encountered those bastards because we searched for Zhao Li's family. If they had been alive, she could have survived. Her entire family could have survived. Why didn't you tell me, senior son? Why? Tianyang suddenly shouted at her with tears flowing down his face. I, elder son, was too stunned by Tianyang's outburst to give him a response in time. She could only stare at Tianyang's crying face, something she'd only ever seen once before, and even then it wasn't as emotional. The source of this content is Why didn't she tell Tianyang about the life-saving treasure? Because she wanted to surprise him. Because she didn't want it to seem like she cared too much about him. Or was it simply due to negligence? Elder son would have had a hard time answering Tianyang's question, even if he wasn't staring at her with such an intense gaze. What's happening there? Did he get rejected or something? Isn't he a little too old to cry like a baby? The people around them were entertained by the situation. However, Tianyang quickly regained control over his emotions and muttered, "Please take back the life-saving treasure." Huh? Elder son's eyes widened with shock. What are you saying? I don't know why you're angry, but if you're going to explore the tomb, I don't care about that. Just take it back, or I'll do it my way. Seeing the stubborn look on Tianyang's face, elder son merely sighed and silently retrieved the life-saving treasure from his body. There are you. Right as elder son opened her mouth to speak, Tianyang suddenly bowed to her and said, "Thank you for everything until now, senior son." Without explaining further, Tianyang turned around and walked away, leaving elder son completely dumbfounded. What is this feeling in my heart? Why does it hurt so much? He's just a mere disciple, elder. Son wondered to herself as she watched Tianyang's figure disappear into the crowd, as she'd never felt such an emotion before. After witnessing what unfolded before him, Kulas spoke in a solemn tone. I don't know what happened to him, but he was in a miserable shape when I found him, almost as if he witnessed his lover being killed before his eyes. Good luck. Kulas went after Tianyang, leaving elder son alone in a daze. A few people in the crowd saw this as an opportunity to approach elder son. "Excuse me, fairy. Stay away from me, you worms." Elder son suddenly glared at them with intense killing intent, sending chills down their entire being. Her presence was so immense that it attracted the attention of several experts. What is that woman doing here? I almost didn't recognize her because of her cultivation. But isn't she? These experts recognized her after staring at her face for a moment, their faces filled with surprise after realizing her identity. Meanwhile, Tianyang finally stopped moving after moving far away from his original location. After calming down, he realized that he'd directed some of his self-hatred toward elder son after learning that she was responsible for saving him from certain death. Ariev, while it was true that elder son had secretly hidden a life-saving treasure in his body, it wasn't done out of malice, but because she was worried for him. Despite that, I pushed my responsibility to her when I saw a chance. If it weren't for senior son, I wouldn't have survived long enough to bond with Huang Shaoli, much less spend so much time with her. Tianyang realized that he should have thanked elder son instead of cutting ties with her. However, this might be for the best. I have relied on her for many years, ever since I was an outer disciple. I cannot rely on her to save me every time my life is in danger for the rest of my life, or I will never truly become strong. He knew that he'd messed up his relationship with elder son, but he also understood that he could not rely on her forever. It was a bitter way to end such a good relationship, and he might even regret it until the end of time, but there was no going back.
There you are.
Kulas eventually caught up to him. "Sorry you had to see that, and I even left you back there," Tianyang said to him. Kulas did not immediately respond, as he was too distracted by Tianyang's expression. "You can still go back and apologize to her," he said a moment later. Tianyang couldn't help but show a bittersweet smile after hearing his words. Apologize? She's not the type to accept an apology like that, and it's not like we had a special relationship. Are you sure about that? Kulas raised an eyebrow. He then continued, Even if that was the case, why did you return the life-saving treasure? That was quite the stupid thing to do, if you ask me. You're now going to enter the tomb empty-handed. Don't kick yourself later." Tian Yang shrugged. "If I die inside the tomb, that simply means I wasn't fated to achieve great things in this life, and because I cut ties with Senior's son, my death won't bother her as much." What a twisted way of thinking, but I don't dislike it. Kulas chuckled. He then continued, "It's a pity, especially since that Senior was very pretty. Even if she's the prettiest woman in the world, nothing will happen between us. She's a sect elder, and I am a disciple. We are fated to walk different paths." Kulas shook his head. "Fate works in mysterious ways, and you speak as if you can control or see one's fate, but we both know that isn't possible." "What, right?" As Tian Yang opened his mouth to respond, the surroundings suddenly grew rowdy. "What's happening? Is the tomb finally open to the rest of us? It should be about that time now." Tian Yang looked around. Kulas used his divine sense to see the situation and said, "They've returned. The 9 immortal clans just left the tomb." After a brief pause, he continued, "But not all of them. Only a dozen people have come out, and we know far more have gone inside. Let's see what they have to say." Sometime later, those who exited the tomb revealed the situation inside the tomb, which greatly surprised everyone there. Regardless of your cultivation, whether you are a spirit emperor or a golden immortal, your cultivation will be restricted to the 9th level spirit king once you enter the tomb, and you are forbidden from leaving the tomb for 7 days. Updated from in chapter 1730. Entering Han Zexian's tomb. 1370 entering Han Zexian's tomb. Our cultivations are restricted to the peak of Spirit King. "What about those already below that level?" someone inquired, as he was only a 3rd-level Spirit King. "Then you will simply remain at that level." This information caused an uproar. So those below 9th-level Spirit King are at a severe disadvantage. What's the point of restricting our cultivation when those above peak Spirit King are still able to squash everyone else with superior techniques and experience? Aren't they trying to even the playing field with the limit? "What about the tomb itself? What kind of environment is it?" someone else asked. The tomb is divided into 2 sections. The first section of the tomb is trial-based, where those below the 9th level Spirit King are able to do trials for cultivation resources. These resources are incredibly rare and potent, and would allow even a Spirit Lord to reach peak Spirit King in a short time. However, these resources cannot be taken out of the tomb, so you'll have to use them before leaving. Tian Yang's eyes lit ablaze with excitement after hearing this information. He couldn't be any happier to hear that he could quickly raise his cultivation inside the tomb. In the second section, a vast expanse filled with mysteries and powerful magical beasts could be explored freely. The scale of this tomb is unfathomably massive, and it's not a place one could fully experience in a few weeks. "What do you think?" Kulas suddenly asked. "I'll be spending all of my time doing trials until I reach peak Spirit King," he calmly said. "I know I said that I'd explore the tomb with you, but this is not something I can give up. Nor is there a point for those below Spirit King to explore any further." Kulas nodded. "I understand, but worry not. I didn't intend on going straight to the second section in the first place. My real purpose of visiting the tomb was to train, and I couldn't care less about Han Zexian's legacy." "Merber?" Sometime later, the representative from the 9 immortal clans announced, "It has been 7 days since the tomb opened. Han Zexian's tomb is officially open to the public now. However, to prevent a cluster, only 1,000 may enter every 15 minutes. Good luck, fellow cultivators." The moment he said that, hundreds of people charged into the ground, disappearing from the desolate continent. Since the people in the front went inside first, Tian Yang and Kulas still had to wait a while before it was their turn. Several hours later, Tian Yang and Kulas jumped into the portal in the ground, entering the tomb. The moment they stepped foot into the tomb, Kulas immediately felt his cultivation being suppressed by an unfathomable force, lowering it to the peak of Spirit King. As for Tian Yang, who was only a spirit lord, he didn't feel anything different, but he had a look of awe on his face. "This is inside a tomb." Tian Yang swallowed nervously as he stared at the vast land before him, almost as if he'd entered a different world. "Is this your first time exploring a tomb?" Kulis asked after seeing his excited face. "Of course. But you sound experienced." "No, this is also my first time exploring a tomb, a real one at least." "There are fake tombs?" "Naturally, those are much smaller in size and are often traps for cultivators." Kules then asked, "Where should we go?" "Unless you have a map, we can only pick a direction and hope for the best." Tian Yang shrugged. "In other words, leave it to fate, huh?" Kules smiled. Tian Yang retrieved his sword and casually tossed it into the sky. When it landed a moment later, he said, "Let's go where the tip of the sword is directed." "Sounds fun." The two of them proceeded to fly in that direction. Several hours later, "This place is truly massive. We've traveled for hours, but we've encountered nothing but grass." Kulas sighed. Right as Kulas finished his sentence, he noticed something appear on the horizon and continued, "I see something up front." Some time later, they landed before the thing that Kulas saw. There were already hundreds of people there, and they were all sitting silently around a tall altar made of stone. "What's happening here?" Tian Yang mumbled with a pondering face as they approached the stone altar. "How can they be so carefree and cultivate out in the open like this? Aren't they worried about getting attacked?" Kulas wondered out loud when they reached within a certain distance of the altar. A voice suddenly rang inside their head. "You have entered the trials area. While inside this area, you are forbidden from attacking another challenger. Rebels will be met with a swift death. When you are ready to start the trial, just say it out loud." Tian Yang could feel the atmosphere change when he entered the trial area, almost as though he'd been teleported to another place. But the scenery did not change. Ripdald? Well, that explains why they seemed to care free. Kulis shrugged. Meanwhile, Tian Yang quickly sat down and closed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he muttered out loud, "Begin trial." The very next moment, Tian Yang could feel something enter his consciousness, causing him to fall into a trance-like state. When he opened his eyes a moment later, he found himself in an entirely different place, standing on a small empty island while being surrounded by water. An ocean? Did I get teleported? Or is this an illusion? He wondered out loud as he looked around. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded. "Defeat your opponent to complete the trial." The very next second, Tian Yang noticed something massive emerging from the water in the distance. That's... Tian Yang swallowed nervously when he saw its snake-like figure. "A flying leviathan?" he exclaimed. The entity that came out of the water was a flying leviathan, and it was soaring towards Tian Yang at a rapid speed. This chapter is updated by https://lif. Chapter 1771, Golden Ginseng Roots. 1071 Golden Ginseng Roots. Shit, how am I supposed to defeat a flying leviathan at my level? I'd only be asking for a quick death. Tian Yang panicked a little when he saw the flying leviathan soaring in his direction. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flying leviathan had the cultivation of a 6th-level spirit lord, being only a single level above his own. With that being said, that solitary level represented a significant gap that most people wouldn't be able to surpass. Tian Yang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "How are you going to avenge Shaoli if you cannot even take care of a single flying leviathan?" Without waiting for the flying leviathan to arrive, Tian Yang tightly held onto his sword and flew towards the monster on his own accord with a fierce expression on his face, even releasing a battle cry right before confronting the sea demon. The flying leviathan had an immensely large figure compared to him. Just a single scale on its body was enough to cover Tian Yang's entire figure. Moreover, it was extremely swift and agile with its movements. Fortunately, its attacks were quite simple, as it only knew how to swing its tail and charge at him in a straight line. With that being said, Tian Yang still struggled to dodge its attacks and nearly got hit several times. Every time he narrowly dodged its attack, Tian Yang would counterattack, sliding his blade across the flying leviathan's body, However, due to the thick scales protecting its body, Tianyang could only leave behind superficial scratches on its body. I don't need to kill it in several strikes. Not that I'm even capable of such a feat with my pathetic strength. Instead, I will bleed it to death. With his plan solidified inside his mind, Tianyang would spend the next several hours dancing in the sky with the flying Leviathan, slowly leaving behind cuts that were just deep enough to make it bleed. As time passed, he became more adept at dodging the flying Leviathan's attacks with increased ease, allowing him to focus more on managing his spiritual energy usage so that he doesn't exhaust himself before the flying Leviathan is dead. Go. However, he got a little too comfortable when he saw how the flying Leviathan's body was soaked in its own blood, and he failed to dodge one of its attacks. When struck by the flying Leviathan's tail, Tianyang felt as though an entire mountain had been hurled at him, propelling him into the distance. Shit. Tianyang coughed up a mouthful of blood right before he smacked into the ocean, creating a powerful wave that spread in all directions. He could tell that his entire left arm was broken, as well as the left side of his ribs. I need to get out of the water. He could see the flying Leviathan charging at him with its mouth wide open. After emerging from the water, Tianyang reached for his spatial ring, only to realize at that moment that it had disappeared from his finger. Did I drop it? Forced to use his own spiritual energy to recover from his injuries, Tianyang stopped attacking and consumed half of his remaining spiritual energy to recover just enough to make the pain endurable. Die already, you damn fish! Tianyang roared as he relentlessly swung his sword at the flying Leviathan like a madman despite the agonizing pain in his body with each swing. After another hour of struggle, the flying Leviathan finally closed its eyes and fell from the sky. Fuck, I feel like dying as well. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Tianyang suddenly felt a burst of energy flow into his body, causing his cultivation to immediately break through to the 6th-level Spirit Lord. What an amazing feeling. Tianyang thought to himself as he opened his eyes. Huh? I am back at the altar. When he opened his eyes, he could see the stone altar in front of him, as well as the other cultivators. You have cleared the trial. A familiar voice resounded in his head, and an object materialized out of thin air and landed on his lap the following moment. This is mold. He couldn't believe what was sitting on his lap. Golden ginseng roots. I have only read about these in scrolls. The golden ginseng roots could not only cleanse his body of impurities, it also contained a large amount of spiritual energy. He looked around to see if anyone saw the treasure. Seeing that everyone had their eyes closed, seemingly in their own trial, Tianyang immediately tossed the golden ginseng roots into his mouth and began chewing. Every time he chewed on the roots, an outburst of rich spiritual energy would surge from the medicine. Moreover, it cleansed a large amount of impurities from his body. After consuming the treasure, Tianyang closed his eyes and began cultivating. His cultivation that had just reached the 6th-level Spirit Lord began to soar again, quickly approaching the 7th level, then the 8th level, only stopping once he was on the verge of entering the 9th level. Tianyang opened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. He's never experienced anything remotely close to what he'd just experienced. None of the treasures he'd purchased or found before could compare to the golden ginseng roots, Han Zexian's tomb. What an amazing place. I definitely won't leave until I reach peak Spirit King. He turned to look at Kulas, who was sitting beside him. Now that I think about it, how long did it take me to finish the trial? He wondered. Suddenly, someone nearby collapsed on the ground with blood flowing from his eyes and nose. What the hell just happened? Startled, Tianyang stared at the person who'd just collapsed. I don't sense any heartbeat. He's dead. Then the corpse began disintegrating, quickly disappearing into thin air. Where did the corpse go? Tianyang was left speechless by what he'd just witnessed. Follow current novels on ARB. Chapter 1372, 4 Types of Trials. About an hour after Tianyang finished his trial, Kulas opened his eyes, and a treasure materialized on his lap a moment later. "You finished already?" Kulas looked at Tianyang with a surprised look on his face. He started the trial about 10 minutes after Tianyang did, yet he'd somehow finished later. "Yes," Tianyang nodded, glancing at Kulas with a calm expression. "How long ago?" "About an hour, I guess." "Impressive. And what kind of trial did you undergo?" Kulas continued asking. "I had to fight a flying leviathan." So not everyone receives the same trial. How interesting." Suddenly another person there abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground, startling Kulas. "What the?" Tianyang calmly looked at the person who just collapsed and said, "He died? What?" Kulas looked at him with wide eyes. "I've seen this happen several times since I finished my trial. My guess is that those who die during their trial will die with their real body as well," he said. "That's quite cruel, but considering how precious the rewards are, I'm not too surprised," Kulas muttered as he watched the body disappear into thin air. "I don't know why that happens," Tianyang said, referring to the disappearing body. "It was probably absorbed by the tomb as nourishment," said Kulas. "Nourishment? You make it sound as if the tomb is alive?" "Sort of. While it's not actually alive, it still requires a massive amount of spiritual energy to operate, so it'll take whatever it can get," Kulas hypothesized. "Anyways, here you go." Kulas suddenly extended his hands toward Tianyang. What are you doing?" Tianyang looked at him with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief. "What does it look like? I'm giving you my treasure since I don't need it." "You can't be serious." Tianyang refused to believe that someone as generous as Kulas existed in their world. "Even if it won't affect your cultivation, it will improve other areas." Kulas shrugged. "I know my body better than anyone. Even if I consume 100 of these, it won't affect me. And since I cannot bring these treasures out of the tomb, I might as well give them to you to speed up your cultivation. In that case, thank you." Tianyang eventually accepted the treasure, feeling a little apprehensive. Kulas was being so generous that it was actually suspicious after all. Tianyang was used to having things taken away from him more than receiving them. "Go ahead and eat it. I'll watch over you just in case," Kulas said a moment later. "Okay." Tianyang sat in the lotus position again and stared at the treasure in his grasp for a moment, feeling as though he was in a dream. The treasure Kulas received from his trial was different from his golden ginseng roots. It was a valuable treasure known as the Red Dragon's Muscle, a potent medicine for boosting one's muscles and overall physique. Of course, it wasn't any less valuable than the golden ginseng roots. After consuming the Red Dragon's Muscle, Tianyang could immediately feel his muscles squirming around inside his body, almost as though they gained their own consciousness. He could feel his muscles expanding and contrasting constantly, as if someone was massaging it. The experience was painful at first, but it gradually became more comfortable. Soon his cultivation began to soar once again, entering 9th level Spirit Lord in the blink of an eye. Sometime later, Tianyang opened his eyes and stood up, feeling the prowess of a 1st level Spirit King coursing through his entire being. "It hasn't even been a day since we entered the tomb, and I've gone from the 5th level Spirit Lord to 1st level Spirit King. This speed of progress is unfathomable for someone as talentless as me." He looked at the clear sky and sighed in a low voice. "Han Zexian, huh? I'll worship you until the day I die for giving me this opportunity. Shall we continue to the next trial?" Tianyang looked at Kulas, who nodded with an excited smile. They left the stone altar shortly after and began wandering the tomb. Several thousands of miles and many hours later, they arrived before another altar. However, the altar had a different appearance compared to the previous altar. Instead of stone, it appeared to be made out of silver. Moreover, there were far less people taking the trial. As they approached the altar, someone standing outside the trial zone said to them, "I hope you know what you're getting yourself into." Tianyang halted his steps and looked at the middle-aged woman with a puzzled expression. "Judging by your reaction, is this your first trial?" she asked. No, this would be our second, then, in case you didn't know. Not all trials in the tomb are equal. Some are much harder than others. Tian Yang looked at the altar and asked, "Does it have anything to do with the altar's appearance?" "Correct. There are 4 types of altars, starting from the easiest trials: stone altar, silver altar, gold altar, and jade altar. Naturally, the more difficult the trial, the better the rewards. With that being said, about 70% of the people that took this trial have died thus far." 70% casualty rate. Tian Yang swallowed nervously. He wasn't sure about the casualty rate for the stone altar, but he'd witnessed 16 people die in just a few minutes. "Thank you for the information." After thanking the woman, Tian Yang entered the zone and sat before the altar without the slightest hesitation on his face. Kulis followed him shortly after with a slight smile. The woman stared at them with wide eyes. Young and foolish, what a pity. Without saying anything else, she continued waiting outside the zone, seemingly waiting for someone or something. After mentally preparing himself and taking a deep breath, Tian Yang closed his eyes and muttered, "Begin trial. New novel chapters are published on Era." Chapter 1373 Fish Pond. Chapter 1373 Fish Pond. Tian Yang opened his eyes a moment after he began the trial, finding himself surrounded by trees, and there was a large pond beside him. He didn't immediately recognize his location, but once he did, his eyes widened with surprise. "This is the fish pond located near my village. The villagers come here often to fish. But why is the trial taking place here?" The village was his hometown and where he spent most of his life until he became a disciple of the immortal monastery. It took him a moment to recognize the place, not because it had been a long time since he went there, but because it was a place filled with bad memories, a place he wanted to forget about. Suddenly, Tian Yang sensed a presence appear above him, causing him to look at the sky. His eyes widened with shock after seeing the individual hovering above the pond. Once he snapped out of his daze, Tian Yang's eyes flickered with anger and killing intent. "I don't know why you are part of the trial, but I welcome it." Tian Yang could hardly control his emotions after seeing the face of the cultivator who killed his mother and sister for the first time since the incident. When he was little, he would often visit the fish pond with his mother and sister. On one of these trips, they encountered 2 cultivators. Both of them engaged in a fierce fight. Tian Yang and his family immediately ran away, but alas, they were unable to outrun the techniques the cultivators were throwing at each other. Tian Yang's mother and sister were instantly blown up by one of these techniques. As for Tian Yang, he'd somehow managed to survive, but he was badly injured. "Defeat your opponent." The trial's voice resounded. Tian Yang grinned. "I don't know your names, but I have imprinted your faces onto my soul. When I find you bastards, I will make you experience the feeling of losing your family, just like you'd made me suffer." One of the cultivators was a middle-aged man with long red hair and red eyes, while the other was an old man with long white hair and a short beard. The opponent before him was the cultivator with white hair. Tian Yang didn't even bother to look at his opponent's cultivation before charging at him. The old man didn't even bat an eyelid and blocked Tian Yang's strike with seemingly little to no effort at all. Tian Yang didn't care in the slightest and continued to swing his arm relentlessly. Despite being adopted, his mother loved him unconditionally, and his sister treated him as though they were real brothers and sisters. Although he was only able to live with them for a few short years, they were everything to him during that time. "Because of you, they are dead." Tian Yang's aura burned with rage as he unleashed the anger he'd been carrying since then. He became a cultivator solely because he wanted to avenge his family. He endured all the hardship and suffering for so many years just so he could one day pierce the hearts of his family's murderers. Tian Yang's anger burned with a different intensity compared to the pain he felt from losing Huang Shaoli, and it propelled his prowess to heights that he'd never seen before. Unfortunately, he was too blinded by the anger to see it, and before he realized it, his opponent was kneeling on the ground beside the pond. Although it seemed like the old man had the advantage at first, he was unable to keep up with Tian Yang, who only grew fiercer with each passing moment. "Is this it?" Tian Yang calmly stared at the old man before him, feeling no sense of pride or accomplishment despite defeating the person who killed his family. In the end, you are nothing but a fake. Until I find the real you and kill you, I will never truly be at peace. Tian Yang's expression became even more determined than the time when he first vowed to become a cultivator to avenge his family. Whoosh! With one more arm flick, Tian Yang severed the old man's head, completing the trial. You have cleared the trial. Tian Yang immediately sensed a surge of spiritual energy flowing from the old man's corpse into his body, propelling his cultivation to second-level Spirit King. Even though the difficulty of this trial was much more difficult than his last, he was barely injured the entire fight, even clearing the trial much faster. Moreover, as his mind began to clear up, he could sense a certain connection with his sword. This sensation did I somehow manage to grasp the understanding of sword aura during the trial, he wondered to himself. What nonsense am I thinking? There's no way I would comprehend sword aura with my level of talents. But he quickly disregarded that idea. After all, sword aura was a relatively new discovery during his era and not something that could be grasped by a talentless Spirit King like him. Even peak geniuses with the sword require hundreds, if not thousands, of years of rigorous training to begin understanding sword aura, much less learn it. Once Tianyang returned to the tomb, another treasure appeared before him. This is a divine unity elixir. A single drop of this could improve one's talent and level of comprehension, and I have a whole bottle of it in my hands. This treasure is 10 times more valuable than the golden ginseng roots. Tianyang couldn't believe his eyes. He'd only gone up a single level of difficulty, yet the reward was 10 times more valuable. Without any hesitation, Tianyang chugged the entire bottle of divine unity elixir. Although his cultivation did not increase, he could feel something changing within his body fundamentally. When he opened his eyes several hours later, Tianyang felt as though he'd just experienced rebirth. I can do it. If I survive this place, I will be able to avenge my family. No, I will survive. Tianyang's eyes flickered with unfathomable determination. This content is taken from I'm not sure since you started, before I completed the trial, but I only waited 2 hours. Kulas shrugged. Here you go. Kulas didn't even bother offering his treasure, and directly tossed it at Tianyang, treating it as though it was trash. Seeing the treasure being tossed gave Tianyang a scare. What are you doing to such a precious treasure? Are you insane? He hastily caught the treasure. Kulas merely chuckled at his reaction. I'll count properly this time, he then said. Thanks. Tianyang quickly consumed the treasure, and his cultivation soared to 3rd-level Spirit King. That only took you 6 hours, Kulas said sometime later. I cannot get enough of this feeling, Tianyang mumbled as he stared at his palms, his entire being surging with spiritual energy. On to the next trial? Kulas asked. Of course, they left the place shortly after and began searching for the next trial. Over the next several months, Tianyang and Kulas would go from trial to trial without rest. In the span of 8 months, Tianyang had managed to clear 12 trials, 8 of them being stone altars and 3 of them being silver altars. The latest trial he cleared was a gold altar, which nearly took his life. Every single trial had something to do with his past. Eventually, Tianyang realized that the trials were all making him fight against his heart demon, something that had traumatized him to a certain extent. Every time he cleared a trial, Tianyang noticed that his shoulders would feel a little lighter, almost as though an invisible weight were being lifted. Not only did these trials boost his cultivation, but they also cleared his mind and eased his heart demons. Tianyang's cultivation soared all the way to 8th-level Spirit King after completing the Gold Altar's trial. You're only a level away from the peak of Spirit King. Kulas smiled. Tianyang nodded. Once I reach 9th-level Spirit King, we will be able to explore the rest of the tomb. Due to how massive the tomb was, finding the trials was a challenge itself. Furthermore, since nobody had a map, they were forced to wander randomly until they found a trial. The longest it took them to find one trial was almost an entire month. As Tianyang and Kulus traveled, Tianyang suddenly asked, "I've been wondering for a while now, but what kind of background do you come from? Since you're willing to give up so many treasures that normal people would kill for, it's safe to assume that you come from a wealthy family, right? You're asking me that now?" Kulus had a slight smile on his face. Even though they've traveled together for almost a year now, neither of them tried to ask the other any personal questions. Lightsvellum, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Kulus pondered for a moment and said, "I'll tell you if you tell me about your background first." Tianyang casually nodded without any hesitation. "I was abandoned shortly after birth, so I don't know my birth parents. I was adopted by a single mother who already had a daughter who was a year younger than me. We resided in a small village. My family died when I turned 8, and I have been living alone since then. I joined the Immortal Monastery when I turned 16, and that's where I have been ever since." "You grew up in a village? I didn't expect that." Kulus looked at him with a surprised face. "Where did you think I was from?" Tianyang raised an eyebrow. "Not sure, but definitely not a village. Perhaps a hard-working family in some city. You don't look like someone who grew up in a village." "I'll take that as a compliment." Tianyang shook his head. "Now tell me about your background." "All right," Kulus nodded. "What's with the serious expression?" Tianyang wondered to himself when he noticed Kulus change in expression. "To be completely honest with you, I came from Urvard." That Tianyang did not recognize. "Look at what we have here, if it isn't Kulus." Tianyang and Kulus halted their movements and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a group of 5 individuals were slowly approaching them. Tianyang did not recognize their faces, but he immediately recognized the uniforms they were wearing. They belonged to the immortal clans. Tianyang gritted his teeth as he quickly tried to control his emotions, even though it had almost been a year since he encountered the immortal clans. He immediately recognized their uniform Eastern fantasy.
"What do you guys want?"
Kulus asked them with a slight frown on his face. "Nothing, really, but I'm curious. Shouldn't you be in the second section? What are you doing here in the first section with some nobody?" The person leading the group asked as he glanced at Tianyang. "I am merely accompanying a friend, but I don't see how that is any of your business." Kulus responded with a cold expression, something Tianyang was not used to seeing. In fact, this was Tianyang's first time seeing Kulus acting so seriously. "A friend, you and this nobody? Are you serious?" The group of 5 turned to look at Tianyang with widened eyes, seemingly filled with disbelief. "Watch your mouth, Gulim. I will not let you badmouth my friend in my presence." Kulus narrowed his eyes. The person in the front, Gulim, laughed out loud. That serious Kulus actually befriended a talentless trash that's not even a spirit emperor. That's hilarious. I wonder how the others will react once they learn of this shocking news. Follow current novels on Nunwerb Nunwer Chapter 1375, Kulus Background 2, How Dare You? Kulus' aura suddenly exploded when Gulim called Tianyang a talentless trash, his gaze filled with killing intent. "Are you sure you want to fight the 5 of us by yourself over trash like that? In case you forgot, we're all limited to peak Spirit King. Even you wouldn't be able to defeat us with such a restriction." Gulim spoke with an arrogant grin on his face. We won't know until Tianyang interrupted Kulus by placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's fine," he shook his head. "But Lightsvell, they're not wrong. I'm talentless, so there's no need to fight over it. Ah-ha-ha. At least this trash knows his place." The group laughed out loud. Kulus could feel Tianyang's grip on his shoulder strengthen. Seeing this, Kulus closed his eyes and took a deep breath, easing his anger. "Are you finished? If so, we'll be leaving now," Kulus said a moment later.
What's the rush?"
"Since we haven't seen each other for so long, why don't we chat a little longer?" Gulim said. "I have nothing to say to you. If you have so much free time, why don't you spend it looking for Han Zexian's legacy instead of wasting it here?" Kulus sneered. Han Zexian's legacy, we've been looking for 8 months straight without any result, so we're taking a small break for the time being. What about you? What have you been doing for the past several months? Seeing how he's in the first section, he's probably doing trials. What a waste of time, right? It's not like the rewards will even benefit him. Hey, didn't we just pass a jade altar? Why don't you try it, Kulas? I heard it's the hardest trial available in this place. Tianyang's eyes flickered with a profound light after hearing this information. The trial within the gold altar nearly killed me, but its reward was tremendously beneficial. If I can complete a jade altar's trial— Kulas turned to look at Tianyang, and when he saw the look on Tianyang's face, he immediately smiled and said, "Sure, seriously? You're going to do the trial?" The group didn't think Kulas would actually agree to it. Nobody has ever passed the trial, even though tens of thousands have attempted during the last 8 months. You're just going to walk into your own grave even if you are the genius of the Immortal Might clan. Immortal Might clan? Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Although he suspected that Kulas belonged to a powerful family from the beginning, he didn't think that it was part of the immortal clans. Kulas looked at Tianyang with an apologetic smile and spoke with divine sense. "Sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you after learning of your situation. I just couldn't bring myself to tell you that I was from the immortal clans." Tianyang shook his head and said, "If I never asked you about your background, you had no reason to tell me, so there's no need to apologize, and it's not as though I have a grudge against everyone from the immortal clans only, those responsible for the confinement." "I see. Thank you. I didn't know you cared about my life," Kulas said to the group a moment later. "Cocky bastard. Let's see if you'll survive the trial," Gulim sneered. Tianyang and Kulas followed Gulim and his group to the jade altar, which was only an hour away from their location. Upon arriving at their destination, Tianyang could see 3 people sitting around an altar made of jade with several hundred spectators. There are more spectators than there are challengers. This was Tianyang's first time seeing such a sight after witnessing a dozen different trials. By the time Tianyang and the others landed around the altar, one of the 3 challengers suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground. Nobody there expressed any surprise and continued to spectate the other 2 in silence. Tianyang looked at Kulas and said, "You don't have to do this with me, Eastern fantasy. Are you saying that because you don't want me to die with you? Or you think you can pass it, but I can't?" Kulas asked with a slight frown, "You have no reason to risk your life for this trial. What about the previous trials we've done together? This one is different. Nobody has ever completed it." Tianyang shook his head. "Then why are you taking the trial? You can reach peak Spirit King if you just continue to do easier trials." Tianyang looked at the jade altar and sighed. "My talent may have improved a lot since I started doing the trial, but it is still insignificant when compared to the majority of people out there. I won't be able to achieve my dreams if I continue going the easy route. If I don't survive this trial, I'm simply not fated for anything else." "You're going to partake in the trial? A talentless trash like you? You won't even last a minute." Gulim and his group were in disbelief after learning this information. Tianyang smiled at the group and said, "Would you like to bet on that?" "That would be pointless, since you'll die if I win. What can I possibly get out of a corpse?" Gulim sneered. "How about I make the bet, then?" Kulas suddenly said, "Now that's more like it." Gulim smiled. "What shall we bet on?" "Whether he lives or dies." Kulas nodded. "I will bet on him surviving the trial. What are the stakes?" Gulim then asked. Kulas pondered for a moment before speaking. "I'll bet my ancestral gauntlet." Gulim's expression froze after hearing Kulas' words, and the people behind him looked dumbstruck. Are you serious? You're willing to bet on your favorite weapon for this talentless trash?" Gulim held a serious expression as he asked for confirmation. "Don't look down on my friend. You call him talentless, but there are many kinds of talents in this world, and his talent to survive is the best I've ever seen." Kulas nodded with a confident smile on his face. New novel chapters are published on Aurer. These Sempting Sector Sext Shade Altar 1376 Jade Altar. Since I am betting my ancestral gauntlet, you should put something of similar value on the line. If you don't have anything like that, the 5 of you can work together to cover the difference. Kulas said to Gulim, who was gritting his teeth in anger. Gulim was not angry because Kulas was betting on Tianyang's survival. He was frustrated because he had nothing close to the value of Kulas' ancestral gauntlet. He turned to look at his 4 buddies and said, "Let's do it. There's no way that talentless trash will survive the Jade trial, so this will be an easy win for us. It's essentially free money." The 4 quickly nodded, agreeing to pool together their resources for the bet. None of them believed that Tianyang could survive the Jade Altar's trial, so there was no hesitation in their decision. Eventually, they gathered a small mountain of treasures for the bet. Tianyang's eyes widened with shock after seeing the difference. Kulas only had 1 Itima pair of gauntlets. However, Gulim and his group had at least 20 different treasures. Just how valuable is that gauntlet? And he's willing to bet it on me? Tianyang swallowed nervously. Fortunately for him, he wouldn't have to worry about the aftermath if he were to lose the trial, as he would be dead. However, he was still pressured by the knowledge that his death would lead to Kulas losing his precious treasure, Lightenfell. "Hey, do you really have to bet on such a valuable treasure?" Tianyang asked Kulas with a stiff look on his face. Kulas responded with a smile. "The value of the treasure is how much trust I have in you and your talent." Tianyang clenched his fists after hearing Kulas' words. He's never had anyone put so much faith in him before, much less someone with a status as profound as Kulas' I-est word. If I had a sworn brother, is this what it would feel like? Tianyang wondered to himself. "Hey, trash bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and die in the trial already." Gulim suddenly glared at Tianyang with clear disdain. Kulas narrowed his eyes, and he responded instead. "One more thing. If he survives the trial, you will take back all the bullshit you spewed and show some respect to my friend." "Ha ha ha! If he survives, not only will I respect him, I will kowtow before him and call him my grandfather for the rest of my life." Gulim laughed so viciously that his eyes became teary. Hearing this, Kulas turned to look at Tianyang and nodded with a serious expression. "Good luck, friend." Tianyang nodded with a slight smile. "I will see you in a bit." Without hesitation, Tianyang walked towards the Jade Altar, where only 1 challenger remained by the time he reached it. Huh, is he really going to challenge the trial with that level of cultivation base? There are better ways to court death. Who even is this guy? I recognized all the people that have challenged the trial, but I don't know him. I saw him talking with some people from the immortal clans just now. Perhaps he's from there. The spectators were in disbelief when they saw Tianyang entering the trial area, especially after seeing his cultivation that was only at the 8th level Spirit King. Whoever claimed that he's from the immortal clans, take that back right this instance. How could such talentless trash come from the immortal clans? "Are you mocking the immortal clans?" Gulim suddenly spoke loudly, alerting all of the spectators. "He's not from the immortal clans? Then he must be a nobody. His arrogance is too much for a nobody. How dare he even approach the Jade Altar? Does he think he's better than everyone who's come before him?" Hearing so many people badmouth Tianyang, Kulas lost his control and roared. "The next person to badmouth my friend will die by my hands." The spectators were startled by Kulas' killing intent, and when they recognized his identity, they immediately stopped talking out loud. "Holy shit, isn't that young Master Kulas from the Immortal Might Clan? Did he just call that man his friend? Kulas, he's known for being a brutal and cold person. That man must be very impressive to become such a person's friend." Tianyang had just closed his eyes when he heard Kulas' loud voice. He smiled inwardly. "Thank you, my friend." "Begin trial," he muttered the following moment. As Tianyang began his trial, Gulim turned to look at Kulas and asked with a serious expression, "I seriously don't get it. Why did you befriend someone like him? He's just a nobody. Culus looked at him and responded in a calm voice, "If you'd been there when I first met him, you would feel nothing but respect and admiration for him." Have you ever seen someone desperately hold on to their life? I have many times. However, none of them were able to move me the same way he did. Have you ever experienced a life or death situation? I have. Dozens of times, however. Compared to what he's experienced, my experience might as well be a drop in the ocean. He's someone who lives at the border between life and Death Eastern fantasy, an existence that should have long perished with his level of talent. Despite that, he's managed to survive. How does he do it? I want to know, and how can I not respect someone like that? Compared to you bastards who flaunt their talents at every step, he's unfathomably more interesting. Gu Lim and his friends were at a loss for words after hearing Culus speak about Tian Yang. They've known Culus for nearly most of their lives, but they have never seen him acting in such a manner before, much less praise someone. Culus stopped looking at Gu Lim and quickly glanced at the crowd before sneering in disdain. Even I don't have the qualifications to mock him, much less these cowardly bastards here. Updated from Bertald. Chapter 1377. Jade Altar 2, When TN 77 Jade Altar 2, When TN 77 Jade Altar 2, When TN 77 Jade Altar 2, When Tian Yang opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by trees. Although he didn't immediately recognize his location, his face still made a deep frown, almost as if he subconsciously knew. This place is, just as Tian Yang realized his location. He sensed over 100 presence with immense killing intent suddenly appearing around him, sending shivers down his entire being. Before he could even react, a dozen figures wearing rough clothes jumped out of thin air and swung their weapons at him. Tian Yang had started moving even before the figures appeared, allowing him to dodge their attacks. After distancing himself from them, Tian Yang took a brief moment to look at these figures' faces, and sure enough, he immediately recognized them to be the gold and money bandits. I knew I would eventually have to face this heart demon of mine in one of these trials, Tian Yang sighed. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself for months, he was already on the verge of being consumed by rage. The only thing that kept him from charging at these bandits was because of their cultivation bases. All of the bandits had a peak Spirit King cultivation base, including those hiding out of sight. After consuming many valuable treasures, Tian Yang's talent increased tremendously to the point where he could fight several ordinary peak Spirit Kings as an 8th-level Spirit King simultaneously. However, there were 100 peak Spirit Kings that surrounded him. Tian Yang took a deep breath and calmed himself the following moment. The bandits charged at him with their daggers and sabers raised, their expressions oozing with bloodlust. Tian Yang gritted his teeth and tried his best to block the incoming attacks. He would successfully block several, but also miss a few. Every time he confronted the bandits, a few more cuts would appear on his body. Fortunately, none of the attacks that connected were life-threatening and were only shallow wounds. Unfortunately, Tian Yang couldn't keep up with the relentless assault, and it was only a matter of time before one of the bandits landed a critical hit on him. Realizing this, Tian Yang focused on fighting his heart demon instead Eastern fantasy. After doing so many trials, he noticed a certain thing with these trials. Since these trials tested their heart demons, the trials would get easier if the challenger weakened their heart demon during the trial. Even before this trial, Tian Yang had been fighting this specific heart demon for months. But alas, he simply couldn't fight the guilt of losing Huang Xiaoli. If only I had been stronger, if only. His voice resounded inside his head, almost as if he was whispering to himself. Tian Yang gritted his teeth and roared, "Shut the fuck up!" His eyes flickered profoundly, and he continued, "I am no longer talentless." An immense aura suddenly surged from his body. "I will survive this damn trial and avenge Huang Xiaoli. I will survive and avenge my parents. I will survive and seek justice for Meng Lili. I will survive." Tian Yang stopped being defensive and started looking for opportunities to attack. Since he was already having trouble defending against so many opponents at once, it would be even more difficult to attack without leaving himself wide open. Thus, he needed to make every strike count. Unless he was certain that his attack would land and kill his target, Tianyang continued to defend and avoid. Eventually, he noticed an opening. Without hesitation, he went for the kill. His sword flickered, sending one of the bandits' heads into the sky. However, immediately after killing one of the bandits, 6 of them attacked him from different angles. Tianyang knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge all of them, so he blocked the life-threatening strikes and allowed the less threatening to go through. However, shortly after Tianyang killed the first bandit, another one would jump out of the tree lines to join the fight. Tianyang gritted his teeth and continued fighting. An hour later, Tianyang killed 20 bandits, but his condition was worse than ever. His body was riddled with holes and deep cuts, and his entire body was dripping with blood. At this rate, he would perish before killing even half of the bandits there. However, unbeknownst to Tianyang, he was slowly defeating his heart demon. After another hour, right as Tianyang killed his 50th bandit, one of the bandits plunged his dagger into his back. Enduring the reverberating agony coursing through his entire being, Tianyang clenched his teeth with unwavering determination and continued fighting. One would expect Tianyang to slow down as his body continued to weaken, but his movements and attacks only grew fiercer as time passed. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20. It only took Tianyang half an hour to slaughter 20 bandits this time. Meanwhile, at the Jade Altar, Tianyang's real body suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kulas clenched his fists after seeing this. Ha ha ha, we won the bet. Gulim started celebrating after seeing this. Shut up, he's not dead yet. Kulas exclaimed. Sure enough, Tianyang merely coughed up blood and didn't collapse. Gulim sneered. So what? It's only a matter of time before he dies, Lightsville M, and he continued, though I will give him some credit for lasting longer than the other challengers. Most challengers would perish a few minutes after starting the trial. Yet Tianyang had managed to survive 3 hours and counting. In fact, Gulim and his group were getting nervous because they had expected Tianyang to die within a minute of starting his trial. Of course, all of that anxiety disappeared when they saw Tianyang cough up blood, which was a sign that he was at his limit and on the verge of death. You can do it. Kulas stared at Tianyang's figure with a profound expression updated from 3008, God's Fruit. Hua! 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 Tianyang gasped for air as he fell to his knee after his 99th bandit, his body soaked in blood. There were 3 daggers stabbed into his back and a sword skewering his right leg. Moreover, his entire left arm has been missing since it was severed half an hour ago. Of the countless life-or-death situations he had faced, this trial marked his closest brush with death yet, and he still had one opponent left to fight. Tianyang stared at his final opponent with one eye closed, his gaze filled with anger and hatred. The last bandit that stood between him and victory was the leader of the gold and money bandits. You? Tianyang gritted his teeth and pulled out the sword stuck in his leg, enduring the pain. I will kill you. Even though his opponent was only a peak spirit king, Tianyang was already on the verge of exhausting what little spiritual energy he had left. However, almost as though the heavens finally acknowledged Tianyang's struggles and decided to bless him for the first time in his lifetime, his 8th-level Spirit King cultivation that was already a hair's width away from breakthrough suddenly entered the 9th-level Spirit King. His exhausted spiritual energy replenished a decent amount, allowing him to recover some of his injuries with enough to spare for the fight. Ha ha! Tianyang released a war cry before charging at the bandit leader. Immense killing intent spewed out of Tianyang's eyes as he swung at his opponent relentlessly. After spending several hours physically fighting his heart demon, he arrived at the point where it hardly affected him any longer. The bandit leader was only a little stronger than the other bandits, but it was more than doable for Tianyang, who had a slight upgrade. Tianyang did not immediately kill the bandit leader and decided to slowly kill him instead. He knew that the bandit leader wasn't real, so it was purely to release built-up stress. He severed the bandit leader's limbs one by one, starting with the arms before moving to the legs. When the bandit leader could no longer move, let alone stand, Tian Yang covered his body with superficial cuts, almost as though he was trying to bleed the bandit leader to death. By the time Tian Yang was done, there was not an area on the bandit leader's body and face where it did not have a sword cut. "You have cleared the trial." The voice returned when the bandit leader finally perished Eastern fantasy. "Ah, I really did it." Tian Yang rested his eyes. When he opened them again, the view of shocked spectators appeared before his eyes. All of them had either wide eyes or wide mouths or both. "You have acquired the qualifications to seek my legacy." A familiar voice that only Tian Yang could hear entered his head, followed by information about the legacy's location. However, Tian Yang couldn't care less about the legacy as he was focused on the treasure that appeared before him for clearing the Jade Altar's trial. Unbelievably, it was God's fruit, also known as the god of all cultivation medicine. It was an exceedingly rare and valuable treasure that could completely reconstruct a person's innate talent to make it as high as possible. It was a heaven-defying and godlike medicine that had only appeared in the world once before since the beginning of time. However, even though God's fruit could boost one's talent to its maximum potential, everyone has a different limit. For example, Tian Yang was born with no talents and could only reach the peak of Spirit Lord. However, after consuming God's fruit and unlocking his maximum innate talent, it allowed him to reach the 9th level of Spirit King. Meanwhile, Kulaz was born with enough talents to reach the peak of Spirit Lord, but after consuming God's fruit, he would be able to reach the peak of Spirit Sovereign, thus having a higher limit than Tian Yang. "God's fruit? He's acquired a God's fruit!" The spectators snapped out of their daze when they saw the treasure in Tian Yang's hands, their eyes shining with greed. Forget about these ordinary cultivators. Even the immortal clans would start a war to acquire God's fruit. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the crowd and charged at Tian Yang with clear killing intent. However, before he could even reach Tian Yang, an invisible force with unfathomable prowess appeared out of thin air to neutralize the threat, instantly turning the person who charged at Tian Yang into a cloud of blood mist. Lightsenville, anyone who dares to steal another's treasure will be removed from existence. The trial's voice resounded loud enough for everyone to hear. "Tian Yang, hurry up and consume it!" Kula suddenly shouted at him. "Wait, don't eat it!" "I will buy the god's fruit from you," Gulim immediately said. He continued that God's fruit will only be wasted on someone like you. If you know what's for you, sell it to me. Tian Yang turned to look at Gulim and sneered. "Before that, there is something else that you must do." "What is it?" "If I recall correctly, you made a bet with Kulaz on whether I'll survive this trial or not." Tian Yang narrowed his eyes and continued, "We can talk about the god's fruit after you honor your bet." Hearing this, Gulim gritted his teeth and handed all of the treasures he and his group bet on to Kulaz there. "Now sell me the god's fruit," Gulim said afterward. "How much are you willing to buy it for?" Tian Yang asked. Tian Yang sneered in disdain after hearing the offer, and he said, "The last god's fruit was sold for 1 billion spirit stones. Why would I sell mine for any less?" Gulim clenched his fists and roared, "You can't even bring that god's fruit out of this place." "So what? That doesn't affect the god's fruit's effects, which means it won't be any less valuable whether I can take it out of here or not." Tian Yang shrugged. "If you won't buy it at an appropriate price, I'd rather use it for myself." Naturally, he had no intentions of selling the god's fruit, even if it killed him, so he was only messing with Gulim as a way of taking revenge for treating him like trash. However, Gulim didn't know this and thought he actually had a chance to acquire the god's fruit. Read latest chapters at Miriot, only chapter 1379, Consuming God's Fruit. 500 million spirit stones? This is my final offer. Although I cannot pay you now, I will definitely pay you once we get out. Gulim gritted his teeth and gave Tian Yang his new offer. Tian Yang did not immediately answer and closed his eyes to ponder or pretend to think about Gulim's offer. Seeing Tian Yang's hesitation, Gulim tried to convince him further. You can purchase countless powerful treasures with that much money, even 1 or 2 mythic-grade treasures with ease. However, If you refuse, just know that you'll become my immortal Gu clan's enemy." Tianyang opened his eyes a moment later and wore a gentle smile on his face. "I understand," he said in a calm voice. Lightsfell Gu Lim immediately smiled back. "I take back what I said about you. However, before Gu Lim could even finish his sentence, Tianyang opened his mouth and shoved the god's fruit into his mouth, consuming it with a single bite. Gu Lim couldn't believe his eyes. His face filled with shock and disbelief. When he realized what had just occurred, his entire being trembled in anger, and his face flushed with redness, looking like a demon. "You son of a bitch! How dare you mock me?" Tianyang sneered at Gu Lim and spoke in a disdainful voice. You want me to hand over the god's fruit without payment? And you expect me to wait until we leave this place for my payment? You want me to trust you, who cannot even fulfill his own promises? Laughable. I already gave Kulas all the treasures we bet on. What more do you want me from?" Gu Lim shouted, spewing saliva everywhere. Kulas interrupted. "If I recall correctly, you promised to kowtow before him and call him grandfather for the rest of his life if he survived the trial. Yet I have not seen you on your knees, much less call him grandfather. Kulas, you fucking bastard. If you think I won't beat you up because you're from a fellow immortal clan, you have made a huge mistake." Gu Lim pointed at Kulas, his entire arm shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Tianyang felt a strange shift happening in his body. After eating the god's fruit, it was as if something had loosened up inside him, like unclogging a drain that had been blocked for decades. His body felt weightless, as though gravity no longer affected him, and all of his senses became more sensitive and keen, allowing him to notice even the smallest details. Furthermore, he could feel his strength skyrocketing even though there were no changes to his cultivation base. "This is me at my highest potential. My body feels foreign, as if it doesn't belong to me." Tianyang looked at his palms with a nervous smile on his face. "You trash bastard. I dare you to step outside the safe zone and fight me." Gu Lim suddenly shouted as he stared at Tianyang with immense killing intent surging within his eyes. Tianyang narrowed his gaze at Gu Lim, although he was never intimidated by Gu Lim even before consuming the god's fruit. Now that he's essentially experienced a rebirth, he could tell that Gu Lim posed zero threat to him. Thus Tianyang confidentially started walking towards Gu Lim. Seeing Tianyang's resolute expression, Kulas prepared to fight alongside him. The moment Tianyang stepped outside the safe zone, Gu Lim wasted no time jumping at him. "Die, you insignificant bastard! So what if you consumed the god's fruit? You are still no different than trash in my eyes." Gu Lim swung his ancient-grade sword at Tianyang. Tianyang only had an earth-grade sword on him, so he didn't dare to block Gu Lim's sword head-on, fearing that his earth-grade sword would break. "Why don't you fight someone with proper equipment?" Kulas suddenly appeared beside Gu Lim, kicking him away from Tianyang. When the four people following Gu Lim realized that a fight could no longer be avoided, they retrieved their divine-grade treasures and joined the battle. And two of them went after Tianyang, while the other two went to assist Gu Lim. Meanwhile, the spectators there quickly distanced themselves from the fight. None of them wanted to stick their nose in a fight between the immortal clans, nor did they have the qualifications to join the battle after witnessing how fierce it was. "You've made a huge mistake offending the immortal Gu clan today, you mortal dog. Even if you manage to get out of this alive, the immortal Gu clan will never forgive you." The two cultivators fighting Tianyang cursed at him as they fought. Does the immortal clans only know how to bully the weak? How pathetic!" Tianyang sneered in disgust. The two cultivators anticipated an easy victory since they were ganging up on a single person, but they were greatly surprised when they realized that not only were they unable to land a single strike on Tianyang, but he was actually pushing them back. Serenity Sword Strike, Radiant Saber. The two cultivators began employing their martial techniques, but Tianyang dodged them with ease using just the basic movement technique taught by the Immortal Monastery. Is this all the immortal clans are capable of? If so, you're not so different than everyone else. Tianyang taunted them even for their Eastern fantasy. I'll cut that filthy mouth of yours and feed it to the dogs. Although Tianyang could have killed them at any time, he decided to use them as training so that he could get used to his newfound strength. Once he was satisfied, Tianyang stopped messing around and exploded with strength. This caught his opponents off guard, and before they could even react, Tianyang extinguished one of their lives with a single sword technique. Immortal Rending Sword Strike. Tianyang's sword moved with such viciousness and power that his target's body was separated in half. When the other cultivator saw his friend being slaughtered in such a manner, he immediately lost all will to continue the fight and raised his hand while shouting, "Well, wait, I give up." However, Tianyang acted as though he didn't hear anything and mercilessly swung his sword again. Yu Bei's reared. "Do you need my help?" Tianyang asked him after his fight ended. What happened to Gu Yazhu and Fu Lingxin? What did you do to them?" Gulim roared at Tianyang when he couldn't see his friends around. Tianyang sneered, "Isn't it obvious that I killed them?" "You bastard!" Gulim suddenly stopped paying attention to Kulas and charged at Tianyang. "We are not finished yet." Kulas immediately went to intercept him. Get out of my way, Kulas! You truly intend on fighting to the death with me? My family will not let this slide, even if it's you. Gulim roared at him. Don't talk as if I started this. You were the one who approached us, provoked us. Don't you dare make it sound like you are the victim here, Gulim. Kulas shouted back, his strikes getting fiercer and quicker. Gulim began panicking at this point. He knew that he couldn't defeat Kulas alone. The sole reason for challenging Kulas in the first place had been the support of his group, but now, with them absent and dead, he found himself utterly helpless. As Kulas pushed Gulim further and further towards death, Gulim's desperation peaked. Stop it. This isn't funny, Kulas. If you kill me, my family will not forgive you. Are you going to be able to handle the consequences? Kulas halted his movements shortly after hearing Gulim's words. Sure enough, while he wouldn't have any problem dealing with Gulim's buddies, he couldn't directly kill Gulim himself, who was the young master of the immortal Gu clan, as that could potentially lead to war between the immortal Mike clan and the immortal Gu clan. That's right, Kulas. You cannot kill me unless you want our families to go to war. It was as though Gulim could read Kulas's mind, showing a relieved smile on his face. However, just as Gulim felt safe, he sensed a presence suddenly appear behind him like a ghost. What? Gulim turned around, but before he could fully turn around to see who was behind him, he sensed a cold sensation breeze past his neck. Kulas' eyes widened with shock when he witnessed Tianyang kill Gulim without hesitation. "What have you done?" he swallowed nervously. "You couldn't kill him, right? In that case, I will do it for you," Tianyang said with a relatively calm expression on his face. "Do you have any idea who you just killed? That was the young master of the immortal Gu clan, their patriarch's favorite son. Once they learn of what happened here, they will hunt you down like a dog for the rest of your life." Tianyang shook his head and said, "If I had let him live, he wouldn't let me scot-free, so it wouldn't have mattered if I killed him or not. They will hunt me down regardless, so I might as well take care of him now." Unable to refute Tianyang's logic, Kulas gritted his teeth. He looked at the shocked spectators and sighed. "You could have at least waited until there's nobody to witness it. But now—" Tianyang looked at the crowd and smiled. "Even if I killed him out of sight, these people have already seen us argue and fight with him, so it would only be a matter of time before they realize I killed him. Don't worry, Kulas. You weren't the one who killed him, so you can pin all the blame onto me. With so many witnesses here, I doubt his family will go through the trouble of blaming you. I couldn't care less about that. Why don't we continue our conversation somewhere else?" Tianyang suddenly said, "Sure." However, before leaving the scene, Tianyang made sure to take Gulim's spatial ring, just as he did with the other two he defeated. Once they were gone, the crowd that witnessed Gulim's death went into an uproar. "This is huge news. Gulim is dead. Fuck, I can already imagine the immortal Gu clan's reaction once they learn of this news. Who the hell was that person, anyway? I don't recognize him. Unsurprisingly, nobody there recognized Tian Yang, so even if they were questioned about him later, they would only be able to give a description of Tian Yang's appearance and that he was Kula's friend. Sometime later, Tian Yang and Kulas stopped by a large boulder and continued their conversation. "So, what are you going to do now?" Kulas asked. Tian Yang lifted his head to stare at the clear sky and sighed. "I honestly don't know. I have managed to reach my full potential and finally acquired the talent that I could only dream of. But what good is my talent when I'm going to be hunted by the immortal clans? I must have somehow offended the heavens or something in my past life to have such terrible luck." Kulas pondered for a moment before speaking. "How about joining my Immortal Might clan? We'll try to protect you from the Immortal Gu clan." Tian Yang smiled and said, "I appreciate the offer, truly. However, we both know that won't work. The Immortal Might clan has no reason to protect me and would rather give me up to spare them the trouble, especially since you are partially involved, and I doubt it'll just be the Immortal Gu clan that I'll have to worry about. In fact, you should probably stay away from me starting now. It would be bad for you to associate with me any longer, since it would give the Immortal Gu family more reasons to go after you." "Cut the bullshit. The only reason you are in this situation is because of me. Gu Lim wouldn't have provoked you if you weren't with me," Kulas exclaimed. He clenched his fists in anger until they bled, muttering in a shivering voice, "What's the point of saving your life if I just lead you down an even darker path later? I'm such a terrible friend. Follow current novels on Rebold, Chapter 1381, Red Altar, Chapter 1381, Red Altar. Enough, Kulas. I am glad that you saved my life. What happened to Gu Lim wasn't your fault. It's Gu Lim's own fault for picking the fight as well as mine for ending his life," Tian Yang said with a calm smile on his face, almost as though he'd already accepted his fate. "Anyways, if you don't intend on leaving me alone, should we start making our way to the second section?" Kulas nodded. "So we'll finally start exploring the tomb for real now, huh? Do you know where to start?" He shook his head. "Nope, no clue. I guess we can just wander around like we did for the trials and hope for the best." "All right, but unlike the first section, there will be magical beasts and countless dangerous traps awaiting us. We have to move around with care." Tian Yang nodded. "That's obvious." He looked around and asked, "By the way, which direction is the second section in?" Kulas shrugged and said, "No clue, but we can ask around." The two of them continued to wander until they came across someone. "Excuse me, do you know where the second section is located?" Kulas asked. "Do you see that mountain over there? Keep moving in that direction until you see a red-colored altar. That will teleport you to the second section of the tomb. Thank you very much." Yeah! Now, with a new destination, Tian Yang and Kulas followed the mountain's direction. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Tian Yang and Kulas traveled for nearly an entire month before they reached their destination. They stopped before a red altar located at what seemed like the edge of the world. "How do we activate this?" Kulas inspected the red altar. "Activate," Tian Yang muttered out loud. "Activate, teleport. I guess not." Tian Yang shook his head. "What are you idiots doing?" A clear voice suddenly resounded behind them. "What?" Tian Yang turned around with a slightly surprised look on his face, as he couldn't feel their presence until just now. Not far away, a group of young ladies were approaching his direction. There were 4 of them, each being a world-class beauty that could topple kingdoms with their appearance alone. "You had me believe that you didn't come to this place when I didn't see you at the beginning." The lady leading the group spoke when she saw Kulas. The group of ladies ignored Tian Yang, walking right past him before stopping in front of Kulas. "Where have you been?" "That is none of your business, Renshaya." Kulas sneered with a hint of disgust within his tone. "Of course it is. We are engaged to each other after all," the lady named Renshaya said with a slight smile on her face. What an unfunny joke, acting like you actually care about that. What's that supposed to mean? In case you forgot, you were the first one to express your disapproval of our engagement." Tian Yang watched their interaction with interest. He didn't know Kulas was engaged. Now that I think about it, he's from a prominent background. It would be weird if he wasn't engaged. If you're here to bother me, I won't entertain you, Kulas said with a slight frown. Ren Xia shifted her gaze from Kulas to the red altar beside him and spoke. Are you trying to activate the portal? Are you having trouble? Do you need me to help you? I'll help you if you ask me nicely. In your dreams, you annoying bitch, Kulas sneered in disgust. Ren Xia immediately frowned and said, As rude as ever, I see. If our parents had been here to hear that, you would have received a serious spanking. But since you refused my help, I would like to see how you'll activate it. Ren Xia turned to look at the ladies behind her and continued, Ladies, let us take a break here. We might even see some funny things in just a bit. Kulas ignored them and walked to Tian Yang. Just act like they don't even exist. Is it really okay to treat your fiancée in such a manner? Tian Yang asked with a raised eyebrow. Don't let her appearance fool you. She's a sadistic and narcissistic bitch. And it was our family's decision to engage us, Kulas whispered to him. I can hear you, you know, Ren Xia said. By the way, who is that? A friend? No way, right? Even as Ren Xia voiced her disbelief, she couldn't fathom the idea of Kulas having a friend. Nevertheless, the truth remained that she had never witnessed him display such friendliness towards anyone else. So what if he's a friend? Kulas did not refute her, even confirming it. Seriously. A look of disbelief appeared on Ren Xia's face, as she didn't expect Kulas to admit it. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while now, but why is everyone so surprised when they find out you have a friend? Tian Yang couldn't help but pose the question. A stiff smile appeared on Kulas' face as he responded. Probably because I tend to push everyone away in the past. What do you mean in the past? You've done it your entire life? You always have this hard-to-approach aura around you, and you would immediately shoo away anyone that tries to get close to you. Ren Xia sneered after hearing his words. Hard to approach. Tian Yang found that hard to believe. His first impression of Kulas was anything but distant. In fact, Kulas seemed overly friendly during their initial meeting, almost suspiciously so. Kulas blushed and said, I only act like that towards those unworthy of my respect. It just turns out that everyone around me is unworthy until I met you, him. Worthy of your respect? Did you hit your head somewhere? Ren Xia had a dumbfounded look on her face as she asked him. Kulas narrowed his gaze at her and responded in a cold tone, Since you're my fiancée, allow me to give you a warning. The consequences of underestimating my friend are severe. Gulim learned that the hard way and paid with his life. What? Gulim is dead. Ren Xia's expression turned pale after learning of this information. Follow current novels on Richt Ailed, Ailed O.R. Chapter 1382 Kulas Fiancé, 1382 Kulas Fiancé, Kulas, you crazy son of a bitch. Don't tell me you killed Gulim. Do you have any idea what you have done? Ren Xia exclaimed with a look of disbelief on her face. The others behind her also covered their mouths from shock. However, Tian Yang responded in Kulas' stead. No, he didn't kill Gulim. I was the one who killed him. What? You? Ren Xia shifted her gaze to Tian Yang. She glared at him with a deep frown and asked, Who are you? Tian Yang calmly responded with a smile on his face. I'm a nobody, regardless of your identity. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Gulim's family will stop at nothing to hunt you down. No, it won't just be his family. The other immortal clans will also get involved. So what? The smile on Tian Yang's face suddenly flipped, and a cold expression appeared on his face. I already have a bone to pick with the immortal clans. If they weren't going to hunt me, I would have gone after them myself. Ren Xia's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words. A mysterious smile appeared on her face, causing her beauty to blossom even further, and she spoke in a low voice. Not only are you not fearful of the immortal clans, but you even dare to go against them. What an interesting man. When Kuols saw the look on Rense's face, his entire being trembled, and he quickly stood between them. "Whatever you're planning, give it up," he said to her. "And what makes you think that I'm planning something?" "You always make that annoying expression when you're planning something. Don't act like you're familiar with me." Tian Yang shook his head and interrupted them. "While you two argue, I'll try to figure out how to activate the altar." He ignored them and walked to the altar. "Breened, owed, even if you don't help us. Someone who knows how to operate it will eventually come," Kula said to Ren Xie. Ren Xie chuckled. "I can't believe you're struggling to activate the teleportation array." "What? It's an array?" Kula's eyes widened. Ren Xie covered her mouth and acted like she accidentally spilled the beans. "Oh my, I accidentally gave you the answer, though. It's not like you can do anything about it since you aren't an array master." However, Tian Yang raised an eyebrow when he heard it. "Array?" He inspected the red altar in finer detail, and sure enough, he could see array symbols engraved all over the altar. These are only level 1 array symbols. In that case, a few moments later, Tian Yang solved the array symbols and activated the array, causing the red altar to emit a crimson glow. The following moment, a red portal appeared before the altar. "What?" Ren Xie looked at him with surprise. "You were an array master this entire time?" Even Kula's was shocked. Tian Yang shook his head and said, "No, but I was taught the basics by someone. I never expected such knowledge to come in handy, though during his time with Huang Shaoli, she would occasionally teach him array symbols for fun." If Tian Yang took the array master examinations at this moment, he would barely qualify as a level 1 array master. "Anyways, now that I've activated it, let's go." Kulis nodded and walked past Ren Xie. Seeing this, Ren Xie didn't say anything else and followed them into the portal. After exiting the portal, Tian Yang and the others found themselves in the middle of an expansive wilderness. Unlike the first section, which was mostly empty plains and mountains, there were trees and living beings roaming around the second section. "So, where should we go?" "Huh?" Tian Yang and Kulas turned to look at the person who had just spoken. "We? Why are you making it sound like we're going to be traveling together?" Kulas asked her with a deep frown on his face. "Why not?" Ren Xie shrugged. "Not only would it be more entertaining, but it'll be safer if we traveled together." "Are you going to refuse traveling with 4 beauties?" "What does your appearance have anything to do with this? Regardless, I don't trust you guys." Kula sneered. "Are you afraid that we might attack you or something?" "We don't have any reason to do such a thing," Ren Xie said. "And what reason do you have for wanting to follow us?" Ren Xie's gaze glanced at Tian Yang's figure for a split second before responding. "We're all tired of looking for Han Zexian's legacy, but it's not like we can return home until we find it, so we might as well fool around for a bit. I don't care about your reasons. You're not going to follow me," Kulis said. Ren Xie shook her head and sighed. "Who said we are going to follow you?" Ren Xie turned to look at Tian Yang and continued, "This place is crawling with people from the immortal clans. I'd like to see how you will deal with them. Of course, I'm not asking you to let us follow you for free. I can be your guide and even lead you to a few places with treasures. You bitch, I dare you to say that you don't have any ulterior motives now." Kulas narrowed his eyes at her. "Are you jealous that I, your fiancé, have taken interest in another man?" Ren Xie chuckled. I couldn't care less who you talk to or even sleep with since I don't have any feelings for you, but you better not mess with my one and only friend." Tian Yang narrowed his eyes at Ren Xie. He had a feeling that even if he refused her company, she would still follow him. In that case, he might as well accept her offer and get something out of it. "I don't mind if you follow us, but if I sense you doing anything that could harm us, I will not hesitate to cut you down," he said in a cold voice. Ren Xie nodded with an innocent smile. "I swear that we won't do anything like that. The source of this content is—" Tian Yang sighed, responding, "We might as well, unless you can convince them to not follow us." Come, that's impossible. She's the type of woman to do whatever she wants. The only way to stop her would be to kill her. Are you suggesting that we kill your fiancé? There aren't any witnesses here, after all. Of course not. As much as I dislike her, I cannot justify killing her over something like this. Right? Then we might as well let her follow us and guide us to the treasures. I guess Kulas sighed inwardly, feeling defeated. Also, they don't know my identity yet. Call me Xiao Yang for now, Tian Yang suggested. Okay. Meanwhile, the ladies were having a conversation of their own through divine sense. Sister Ren, why do you want to follow them? Are you trying to avenge young Master Gulim? Gulim? I couldn't care less about that idiot. I'm more interested in Kula's friend, Ren Xia said. That man? Why, he's essentially a wanted criminal at this point for killing Gulim. Yeah, it'd be unwise to associate ourselves with him. What if the immortal Gu clan comes after us too? Bert, Leg Ride, Lightsville M. That won't happen, Ren Xia said in a confident tone. She continued, I also want to see what kind of person is worthy of Kula's acknowledgement. But I don't think that is worth offending the immortal Gu clan. Ren Xia looked at them and sighed. I'm not going to force you to follow me, nor will I blame you for leaving. This is my own selfish action after all. The three ladies exchanged glances with each other. After a moment of silence, they lowered their head to Ren Xia and said, Sorry, Sister Ren, but we cannot afford to offend the immortal Gu clan. We hope for your understanding. Ren Xia shook her head. I already said that I won't blame you. Are you sure you want to follow them? You'll be alone. If you're afraid they'll do something to me, why don't you stay? If not, stop with the pointless worry and leave already. The ladies bowed to her again before leaving. Tian Yang was surprised when Ren Xia's group suddenly left her alone. I thought they were friends? He shook his head inwardly. When she noticed the gazes on her, Ren Xia looked at them and shrugged. Unlike me, those girls don't come from a background that is powerful enough to stop the immortal Gu clan, so they cannot afford to offend them. Moreover, you won't be as worried about my presence if I am alone, right? Sure enough, Tian Yang no longer had to worry as much now that Ren Xia was alone, as he was confident in dealing with her if any problem arose. I'm more interested in these treasures you mentioned. Tell me about them, Tian Yang said a moment later. Just like the first section, there are trials scattered around this place. Anyone can challenge these trials, but only one person will be able to acquire the reward. Moreover, these treasures are not limited to the tomb, so we can bring them to the outside world with us. Ren Xia explained. What kind of treasures are we talking about? Kulas asked. Ren Xia didn't respond, acting as though she didn't even hear his question. This bitch is ignoring me on purpose. Kulas stared at her with a cold gaze. So what kind of treasure can we earn from these trials? Tian Yang asked a moment later. From spiritual weapons to powerful techniques, Ren Xia responded with a calm smile on her face. Techniques. Tian Yang's eyes shone with excitement after hearing this information. Eastern fantasy. He lacked three things before entering the tomb: talent, treasures, and techniques. After spending nearly an entire year in the first section of the tomb, Tian Yang solved his talent issues, and acquiring Gulim's spatial ring somewhat solved his treasure issue. The only thing he lacked at the moment was powerful martial techniques. I only know some basic techniques from the sect, with the immortal rending sword strike being the strongest amongst all the techniques I know. Although I may have some talent now, I will still be at a huge disadvantage against those with similar strength but superior techniques. Do you know any trials that award techniques? Tian Yang then asked. Several. She nodded. I want to visit these places first. Okay. Ren Xia nodded. I'll take us to the nearest one first. Follow me, as they followed her. Kulas asked, what are the chances that someone has already cleared these trials? And how long has it been since you left this place? Ren Xia pretended to not hear him again. How dare you so blatantly ignore me? Do you truly believe that I won't touch you because you're my fiancé? Kulas gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. However, Ren Xia continued to ignore him. Seeing this, Tian Yang sighed inwardly before speaking. I'd like to know as well. I left this place for about 2 months. Although it's not impossible, the chances of these trials being cleared are incredibly low. In fact, Compared to the trials in the first section, the trials here are on another level of difficulty. Tian Yang swallowed nervously after learning of this information. Ren Xie continued a moment later. With that being said, not every trial will kill you. You'll know what I mean once we arrive at our destination. By the way, we'll get there faster on a flying treasure. Do you have one? Ren Xie looked at Tian Yang, who quickly shook his head. Then I'll share mine with you. Ren Xie retrieved her flying treasure that looked like a living white crane before patting the space in front of her with a charming smile on her face. Tian Yang immediately hesitated to share a ride with her. Kulas then said, "Ride with me instead." Huh? As Tian Yang turned to look at Kulas, he summoned a large white tiger. Tian Yang frowned upon seeing this and exclaimed, "You had a flying treasure this entire time. Don't tell me it's the expensive kind that doesn't require replacement once it runs out of spiritual energy." "It is," Kulas calmly confirmed. "You rascal! Why didn't you bring this out earlier when we were in the first section? It could have saved us so much travel time." Tian Yang shouted in frustration. Kulas responded with a teasing smile. "You never asked, visit..." For the best novel reading experience, chapter 1384, Stone Sword, Tian Yang held a look of disbelief on his face after hearing Kulas's response. Seeing this, Kulas couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ren Xie silently watched their interaction with widened eyes. She was skeptical that Kulas and Tian Yang were friends at first, but after seeing their interaction, she had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, she has never seen Kulas laughing so heartily before. Sometime later, Tian Yang jumped on Kulas's flying treasure and started following Ren Xie. The white swan fluttered its wings and flew in the sky like a real being while the white tiger ran in the sky, almost as though there was an invisible platform for it to traverse. If one saw them from a distance, they could easily be mistaken for authentic magical beasts. Eastern fantasy. The flying treasures moved at extreme speeds, much faster than the flying treasure used by the Huang family during their escape. Furthermore, it didn't require as much spiritual energy from the user to maintain top speed. They were incomparably better than ordinary flying treasures. The only downside of these flying treasures would be their astronomically high price tag, something even extremely wealthy families would not dare consider buying more than one. Within half an hour, Tian Yang and his group covered a distance that would typically take them a month if they had traveled normally. When Tian Yang realized how much time they had wasted in the first section, he felt a strong urge to smack Kulas in the back of his head, but he eventually controlled his urges. After another half an hour, Ren Xie's flying treasure quickly slowed down to a halt. "We're here," she said, her gaze pointing at the large sword in the distance. "What is that?" Tian Yang mumbled in a dazed voice as he used divine sense to take a closer look. Several miles in the distance, a sizable stone sword appeared, seemingly thrust into the ground. On closer inspection, one could discern engraved words on the blade, each character seemingly etched with the precision of a sword stroke. "We call it Han Zexian's stone sword, and we believe that it's trying to pass down a profound sword technique." Han Zexian was known to be a powerful swordmaster with hundreds of terrifying sword techniques at his disposal, so it's likely that this is one of them. Tian Yang swallowed nervously. He could feel an unfathomable aura emitted by the stone sword even from such a distance. When they got closer to the stone sword, Tian Yang noticed tens of thousands of cultivators were sitting in front of the stone sword, their gazes glued to its blade. However, unlike the first section, there was no protection from the tomb to safeguard these people while they tried to comprehend the technique within the stone sword. I don't wield the sword, so I won't bother trying to comprehend it," Kulas suddenly said. He turned to look at Tian Yang and asked, "How long do you think it'll take you to comprehend it?" Tian Yang looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Why are you making it sound like I am guaranteed to comprehend it? Countless people must have tried to comprehend it for the past year, but it's still here. If anybody can comprehend it, it'll be the only person who managed to clear a jade difficulty trial." Kulas smiled. "What?" Ren Xie turned to look at Tian Yang with wide eyes. "You cleared a trial from a jade altar?" He calmly nodded. Ren Xia was left speechless upon learning this information. She knew a few people from the immortal clans also took the Jade Altar's trial, but none of them survived. Just who is this man? He can't be a mere nobody, Ren Xia thought to herself. Now that I think about it, we never had a proper introduction. I'm Ren Xia, youngest of the immortal sword clan, Xiao Yang, a rogue cultivator. Tianyang lied like it was in his nature. A rogue cultivator? Ren Xia instantly knew that Tianyang was lying, but she had no proof. Is he worried that I will expose his identity to the immortal Gu clan? Well, I don't blame him for being cautious. She decided to play along. As they got closer to the stone sword, Ren Xia warned, "There won't be any safe zone in this place, so make sure you don't focus entirely on the stone sword and forget about your surroundings." With that being said, nobody would dare to cause a commotion that could disturb everyone here. Kulis then said, "Don't worry about your safety and focus on the stone sword. I'll watch your back." Tianyang nodded and took a seat before the stone sword a moment later. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he reopened them, they were completely focused on the engravings on the stone sword Lightsful. How long do people tend to stay here?" Kulis asked Ren Xia a moment later. "Are you seriously going to continue ignoring me? Why are you acting so childish?" She glanced at him and sneered. "Says the one who ran away from home a year ago. I did not run away. I merely went on a journey to find out my own path." "Whatever you say." After a moment of silence, Ren Xia continued, "Most people leave within a month if they don't see any progress, while some have been here for over 6 months. And how does this trial work? Does the stone sword go away when someone comprehends the technique?" Kulis asked. "That's what happened to the others." "There's more than one stone sword?" "Not just stone swords. There are sabers, axes, bows, all kinds of weapons." "Huh. Why does he have so many different kinds of techniques? I also never heard of Han Zexian wielding anything other than swords. It's widely known that Han Zexian had multiple identities, but the exact number remains a mystery. Only a few are aware, and we lack confirmation. But there's a belief that one of Han Zexian's many aliases was Ambiguous Hoarder, Ren Xia disclosed through divine sense. Ambiguous Hoarder. Are you sure? Kulis was shocked to learn this information. Like I said, we don't have proof, but after seeing the unfathomable amount of treasures in this place, I would be willing to bet on it being true. Ren Xia sighed. This chapter is updated by Brer. Chapter 1385, Ambiguous Hoarder. 1385, Ambiguous Hoarder. If this information is true, this tomb is much more precious than originally anticipated. Kulis swallowed nervously after learning of this information. The Ambiguous Hoarder was a mysterious individual who was known for collecting all sorts of valuable treasures and techniques in the divine heaven about 5,000 years ago. He would often show up at auction houses and expensive stores, emptying their stock and storage. If he wasn't at auction houses, he would be approaching people directly to purchase their valuables with offers that were hard to refuse. Nobody knew why the Ambiguous Hoarder needed so much treasure, nor where he acquired the wealth to purchase so much treasure. The Ambiguous Hoarder was active for 500 years before vanishing like a ghost, and people believed that he had the largest collection of treasure in the entire world. When the Ambiguous Hoarder vanished without a trace alongside his treasures, people believed that he had perished and began searching for his remains. But alas, even after spending countless resources and many decades searching, they remained empty-handed. If Han Zexian is truly the Ambiguous Hoarder, that technique might be here. Kulis turned to look at Tianyang. The Ambiguous Hoarder had a specific technique that Kulis had always wanted to learn, but it was only a pipe dream, since nobody knew where the Ambiguous Hoarder had disappeared to. However, if Han Zexian turned out to be the famous Ambiguous Hoarder, he might actually have a chance of acquiring said technique and fulfilling his dreams. The only problem was that he'd promised Tianyang that he'd travel with him, so he couldn't just leave by himself. 1 month, I will only wait for a month, so you better comprehend the technique by then. Tianyang. Kulis gritted his teeth and suppressed his urges. Meanwhile, Tianyang continued to stare at the engravings on the stone sword without blinking. Time slipped away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this period, Tianyang tirelessly recited the engravings in his mind hundreds of times each day, witnessing rapid growth in his comprehension of their meaning. Unbeknownst to Tianyang at that time, his true talent did not lie within cultivation, but in an entirely different domain. On the 10th day of his study, Tianyang abruptly entered a trance-like state. Though he continued reciting the engravings in his mind, it was now happening subconsciously. The atmosphere around Tianyang began to change. It was subtle and barely noticeable at first, but it grew increasingly profound and noticeable. No way is that. Ren Xie doubted her eyes at first, and even rubbed them before taking another look at Tianyang. Enlightenment. Kulis sucked in a cold breath of air after realizing what was happening to Tianyang. Even a genius like him had never experienced enlightenment before. Don't tell me that he'll actually comprehend the stone sword's technique? Ren Xie swallowed nervously before muttering in a dazed voice. Although it took some time, the people around Tianyang eventually noticed the weird atmosphere around him and shifted their focus away from the stone sword to focus on Tianyang. Am I seeing things? How long has it been since he started studying the stone sword? He was already here when I arrived a week ago. He wasn't here 2 weeks ago. A small commotion erupted around Tianyang that quickly spread like wildfire until it inevitably disturbed everyone there. Who is that young man? I don't recognize him. Me neither. Look at the profound atmosphere around him. He must have come from a powerful background. That's called enlightenment, you ignorant one. One's background has nothing to do with it. In fact, it's not something even the geniuses in the immortal clans could bring forth at will. Despite the envy that many harbored towards Tianyang's situation, nobody dared to disturb him. It was an unspoken rule to never interrupt someone in a state of enlightenment, a state believed to be bestowed by the heavens. Therefore, anyone breaking this rule was considered to be defying the will of heaven and inviting its wrath. Furthermore, given the rarity of enlightenment, being able to witness such a phenomenon could be considered a stroke of good luck. No sane person would intentionally disrupt an event that most individuals go their entire lives without witnessing. Since Tianyang entered enlightenment, time appeared to have slowed down. Eventually, after 3 days of profound silence, a shift occurred, and a semi-transparent sword materialized above Tianyang, slowly orbiting around him. After another 3 days had elapsed, a second sword manifested above him, followed by a third 2 days later. Each of these swords exuded an otherworldly aura, almost as if they existed between the boundary of their world and another. Simultaneously, substantial cracks surfaced on the stone sword before them, eventually causing it to crumble into a mountain of stones. Shortly after Tianyang emerged from his enlightenment, the people there snapped out of their daze and approached him, bombarding him with the same questions. "Hey, what sword technique did you acquire from the stone sword? Please, tell us its name. What rank is this technique? I'm willing to purchase the technique from you. Give me a price." Pap, a clapping sound loud enough to stun everyone there suddenly resounded, startling everyone there. When they turned to look at the person who caused the commotion, they saw an old man with a group of young people behind him. That's the sect leader of the 7 Divine Sword Peaks. Nearly everyone there immediately recognized the old man's identity, who is the leader of one of the most prestigious sects in the divine heaven. The source of this content is Rekob chapter 1386, 7 Divine Sword Peaks. 1386, 7 Divine Sword Peaks. 7 Divine Sword Peaks. Even a nobody like Tianyang has heard of their name. The 7 Divine Sword Peaks stood as a formidable powerhouse in the divine heavens, ranking within the top 3 among all sects. Boasting several golden immortals within their ranks, they were renowned for their prowess in producing accomplished swordmasters. The elderly man guiding the group held the esteemed position of sect leader in this powerful sect, a renowned swordmaster named Tang Jian. When Tianyang saw Tang Jian approaching him, he stood up and asked, "What do you want, this rude bastard? Watch your mouth. Who do you think you're talking to?" The people behind Tang Jian glared at him. Tang Jian raised his arm and gestured for his disciples to calm down. He then spoke in a calm yet overbearing tone. "I am Tang Jian, sect leader of the 7 Divine Sword Peaks, and I would like to know the name of the technique you acquired from that stone tomb."
La Jian.
The stone tablet only taught me the technique, not its name. Tang Jian had a hard time believing Tian Yang's claim because most, if not all, people who passed down their techniques wouldn't leave out something as important as its name, as that would be throwing out its very identity. In that case, can you show me the technique itself? Tang Jian asked a moment later, as he would be able to identify the technique through its movements. However, Tian Yang quickly responded without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Unfortunately, I do not have enough spiritual energy to perform the technique. I only entered Peak Spirit King, and this technique requires me to be at least Spirit Sovereign. This little brat Tang Jian could feel his blood warming up. He has seen his fair share of bold individuals throughout his life, but he has never encountered someone as daring as Tian Yang. Are you mocking our master? The audacity. I'm going to cut you into 100 pieces. The people behind Tang Jian suddenly withdrew their weapons. Before Tang Jian could even react, Kulis appeared between them and Tian Yang and said, "Even if you are from the 7 Divine Sword Peaks, I won't sit still if you're going to harm my friend." Huh? Who the hell are you? You can die with him if you want. The disciples did not recognize Kulis. All of you, halt. Tang Jian suddenly shouted, releasing an overbearing pressure that froze everyone in their tracks. He released the pressure a moment later and spoke. "He is the young master of the Immortal Might clan. If any of you wish to proceed after learning this fact, I won't step in to defend you if anything goes wrong." What? He's from the Immortal clans. The disciples immediately began sweating after learning of this information. Ren Xie suddenly entered the scene and said with a profound smile on her face, "Is the righteous 7 Divine Sword Peaks going to bully a single individual over a technique that he'd acquired fair and square? Fairy Ren. Is he also a friend of yours?" The disciples immediately recognized her identity this time. Tang Jian's eyebrows twitched at Ren Xie's question, which brought up their honor and status as a righteous sect. If they continued to pressure Tian Yang in front of so many people, their honor would be damaged, and their righteousness would be questioned. "Lady Ren, your words are quite harsh. Since when did we bully him?" "I am merely interested in the technique he learned and inquired about it. Since he is unable to answer my questions, I will leave it at this. We will depart now." Tang Jian turned around and began walking away. At the same time, Tang Jian's voice resounded inside Tian Yang's head. "You have made a grave mistake today. Pray that we don't encounter each other again." Hearing this, Tianyang sneered inwardly. Whether it be the young master of the immortal Gu clan or the sect leader of a powerful sect, they love to abuse their authority and mess with the powerless. How are they any different than bandits that terrorize the innocent? Unfortunately, due to this encounter, he now found himself burdened with the concern of the 7 divine sword peaks pursuing him, adding to the already looming threat from the immortal clans. Fuck, I swear the heavens are still messing with me. Tianyang looked at the sky with a gaze full of resentment. "Let's quickly get out of here," Kulas said to Tianyang through divine sense. They quickly left the scene on their flying treasure shortly after. "I can't believe you actually dared to mess with the 7 divine sword peaks, their sect leader, no less. Why didn't you just tell them about the technique? It's not like it would kill you to answer." Kulas sighed out loud. Regardless of his title, he was no different from a wild bandit in my eyes, and I won't entertain a bandit even if it kills me. Tianyang sneered. Ren Sha laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! I cannot believe you. I doubted you had the guts to offend the immortal clans. But after seeing how you dared to pick a fight with one of the most powerful sects in the world, their sect leader no less, I have no other choice but to believe it." Kulas ignored Ren Xia's words and asked Tianyang with a curious look on his face, "So, what kind of technique did you learn? You can tell me, right?" Tianyang nodded and calmly responded, "Limitless sword domain." "Limitless sword domain?" Kulas exclaimed in a shocked voice. Even Ren Xia had a look of disbelief on her face, her eyes wide like saucers. Read latest chapters at only chapter 1387, Limitless Sword Domain. Chapter 1387, Limitless Sword Domain. You've heard of this technique. Judging by Kulas' reaction to its name, Tianyang already knew the answer to his own question, even without needing a response from Kulas. "Oh, of course. Anyone who knows even the slightest about Han Zexian would know of the Limitless Sword Domain technique. It's one of his signature moves, a technique he'd use to destroy the infamous burning demonic sect overnight," Kulas exclaimed. "The best I can do is create 4 swords and control them like flying swords. It's pathetic when compared to what the stone sword showed me." What did the stone sword show you?" Kulas asked in a nervous voice. "A man that covered the sky with hundreds of swords manifested with spiritual energy and commanded each of them simultaneously, as if there is a swordmaster controlling each sword individually." Tianyang sighed with a look of admiration on his face as he recalled the images he saw during enlightenment. The man, presumably Han Zexian, conjured hundreds of swords made of pure spiritual energy, infusing them with sword aura. When he unleashed them upon his target, it created the illusion of the heavens themselves meting out punishment. It was a grandiose display of unfathomable prowess and talent, something Tianyang wanted to achieve one day. "Hey, I have something to tell you," Kulas suddenly said with a serious look on his face. "What is it?" "Have you heard of the ambiguous hoarder?" Tianyang nodded. "He was a mysterious collector several thousand years ago that vanished into thin air. Correct?" "He wasn't just a collector. He had the most expansive and valuable treasury in the world. There's a good chance that Ambiguo Hoarder's true identity is Han Zexian." "What?" Tianyang's eyes widened with surprise. "No wonder why all sorts of valuable treasures and resources exist in this tomb." Kulas nodded and continued. "Now here's what I actually wanted to tell you. The ambiguous hoarder was known to have a certain technique meant for body refiners such as myself. This technique could grant one a nearly indestructible body and amplify their innate strength immensely. If the ambiguous hoarder, Han Zexian, left behind something as valuable as the limitless sword domain, I have no doubt he also left behind that technique. You want to learn it, right?" Tianyang asked. Kulas nodded with a serious expression and said, "Originally, I only came here to train myself, but this information changed everything. If you don't mind, I would like to spend some time looking for it," Tianyang responded with a calm smile on his face. "Of course. Let's focus on your technique for now, then. Are you sure?" "What about your journey?" Kulas asked. "What are you talking about?" We're traveling together, so this isn't my journey alone. I have already benefited immensely thus far, and you've been following me this entire time, so it would only be fair for me to follow you now." "Thank you." Kulas showed a bright smile. Tian Yang shifted his gaze to Ren Xia and spoke. "You heard our conversation. Do you know anything about it?" Ren Xia contemplated for a moment before responding. "If it's related to body refiners, it must be a body refining technique. I'm aware of 3 stone tablets that suggest such a technique." "Can you show us the way?" Tian Yang asked. "I'll show you one of them for free, but I'll need some sort of payment for the rest." "Eh? But you said that you'd show us if we allowed you to follow us?" Tian Yang frowned. "I was only talking to you. Since this is something that directly benefits Kulas, I won't be doing this for free." Kulas sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner and said, "Fine. I'll pay you if the first one isn't what I want." Ren Xia showed a beautiful smile and said, "Very well, follow me. I'll take you to the nearest one first." A few hours later they arrived before a massive stone tablet that did not take the shape of any weapons, and just like the stone sword, there were thousands of people studying it. Kulas clenched his fists with excitement and said, "Give me 2. 1 month, if I cannot comprehend its name by then. We will move on to the next one." Tian Yang nodded and said, "I will watch your back." "Thanks. Then I will be right back." Kulas immediately sat before the stone tablet and stared at it with a serious expression on his face. Tian Yang sat right behind Kulas and started cultivating. Due to how fast he advanced his cultivation to the peak of Spirit King, it had yet to fully stabilize, of course. He didn't fully immerse himself in cultivation, as he still had to protect Kulas, even if the chances of someone bothering him were close to 0. Shortly after Tian Yang settled into his seat, he sensed someone sitting right beside him, and a sweet, flowery scent enveloped his senses. "How did you 2 meet?" Ren Xia's voice suddenly resounded inside his head. As much as he wanted to ignore her, he couldn't ignore that she was the reason he learned limitless sword domain by chance. "He found me when I was dying in the desolate continent and saved my life. Xiao Yang, isn't it? You're a fascinating individual. The more time I spend by your side, the more I sense that you're truly unique." Ren Xia wore a charming smile as she gazed at him. Tian Yang looked at her and asked, "Why are you so cold to Kulas? He's your fiancé, no?" "Sure, a fiancé that was chosen by my family, and neither of us actually want to be with each other. Honestly, our engagement is bound to fail. Kulas ran away from his family because he did not want to be tied down by our engagement. But if he hadn't done so, I would have done it. As for why I mess with him, it's just another means of entertainment. Even though he's always cold towards others and seems unapproachable, many are aware that he's actually a very kind man inside, but that's exactly why we won't ever work out. I'm more interested in men who are reckless, someone who is uncontrollable, like that of a wild beast. Is that so?" Tian Yang responded nonchalantly. Ren Xia narrowed her eyes at him, seemingly in deep thought. The source of this content is Israel. Cape. Chapter 1388. The Technique's Name. Chapter 1388. The Technique's Name. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye since Kulas started studying the stone tablet. Ren Xia also stopped bothering Tian Yang and tried to comprehend the stone tablet. Even though she wasn't a body refiner, it would still benefit her greatly if she learned the technique. Tian Yang spent a week solidifying his cultivation and started studying the stone tablet as well, and it only took a week for him to learn the name of the technique engraved in the stone tablet. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. As much as he wanted to continue learning the technique, he didn't want to steal it from Kulas, so he stopped studying the stone tablet after learning its name and returned to solidifying his cultivation. In the 3rd week, Kulas finally learned the technique's name, but he only expressed disappointment afterward. "This isn't the technique I'm looking for. Let's head to the next one," he said to them through divine sense. "In case you forgot, I won't give you the information for free." Ren Xia reminded him. Kulas glared at her and sighed. "What do you want from me?" A profound smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "I want information on your friend. Tell me his real name, and I will give you the location of the 2nd stone tablet. You fucking bitch. You want me to sell out my friend? In your dreams? Kulas was immediately enraged by Ren Shia's demands. Why are you so angry? It's just a name. Ren Shia calmly shook her head. Regardless, you already know his name, so why even bother asking? Stop taking me for a fool, Kulas. I know Xiaoyang is not his real name. If you are worried that I will sell him out to the Immortal Gu clan, you need not worry, as I don't particularly like them either. And you expect me to believe you? Since Kulas and Ren Xia were talking to each other through divine sense, Tian Yang did not know what they were talking about, but he could tell that Kulas was in a tough situation, judging by the expression on his face. What kind of payment does she want? He decided to ask Kulas. She wants me to tell her your real name. Permit, oh, May, Vin, Tian Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. Go ahead, tell her. Are you sure? What if she sells you out to the Immortal Gu clan? Or the 7 Divine Sword Peaks? It's fine. They will learn of my identity sooner or later. I understand, after receiving his permission, Kulas revealed Tian Yang's real name to Ren Xia, who wore a bright smile on her face afterward. Tian Yang, huh? Cute name. Ren Xia spoke to Tian Yang in a teasing tone. The next location, Tian Yang glared at her. Of course. Ren Xia proceeded to guide them to the next location, which took 3 days of traveling on their flying treasure. The second location also had a stone tablet, but this one was slightly smaller than the last. Kulas immediately took a seat and started studying the stone tablet. Tian Yang and Ren Xia did the same. But Tian Yang stopped after learning its name 4 days later and focused on his cultivation. 2 weeks later, Kulas learned its name and was met with disappointment again. What do you want as payment this time? Kulas looked at Ren Xia in response to his question. Ren Xia retrieved a scroll from her spatial ring and handed it to him with a calm smile on her face. I just need you to sign this. Kulas took the scroll and read it. Tian Yang could read some of the contents from his position and couldn't help but take a peek. Agreement to dissolve engagement? She wants to break their engagement? Tian Yang swallowed nervously after realizing the situation. He glanced at Kulas' face with curiosity, and to Tian Yang's surprise, Kulas was grinning from ear to ear. And without any hesitation, Kulas signed the paper with his blood. He wasn't joking about not wanting to marry her, Tian Yang thought to himself. Kulas returned the paper to her a moment later and stated, Just so you know, even though I signed this paper, the ultimate decision rests with our family. This is good enough, Ren Xia said. After putting away the scroll, Ren Xia retrieved her flying treasure and led them to the final location. Just a reminder that this will be the last location that I know of, Ren Xia remarked. Okay. A few days later, they reached the 3rd location, where a colossal statue featuring an animal resembling an elephant stood majestically. Whoa! Tian Yang couldn't help but express his awe for the statue. This might be it. Kulas' entire being trembled in excitement when he saw the statue. He hastened towards the statue and began studying it intently. In contrast to the prior trials, the number of people examining this statue was several times greater, surpassing even the crowd at the stone sword. 1 week, 2 weeks, a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. However, Kulas remained unable to learn the name of the technique. Please give me a little more time. I think this is the technique I have been looking for. Kulas looked at Tian Yang. Take as much time as you need, he replied. Thank you. 2 more months passed. It had been 3 months since they arrived at the stone statue, but Kulas was unable to comprehend the name, let alone the technique. Fuck. Kulas cursed inwardly with a defeated look on his face. He knew it wasn't going to be easy, but he couldn't have expected to be so powerless before it. Is this my limit? Am I not fated to learn this technique? Damn it all. He cursed inwardly as he looked at the sky with a disheartened expression. Eventually he gave up and said, I'm done here. Is this not the technique you were looking for? Tian Yang asked him, as he seemed so sure of it at the beginning. Row! I don't know, since I can't even learn its name, he sighed. After a moment of silence, Tianyang spoke. The technique is called Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Is this the technique? What? Kulas was so shocked when Tianyang revealed the technique's name that he expressed it out loud, disturbing the scene. The source of this content is Druid. Chapter 1389. Great Mammoth Body Refinement. 1389 Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Hey, which son of a bitch shouted just now? Are you looking for a fight? Fuck! I swear I was on the verge of understanding the technique's name. Kula's loud voice quickly caused a commotion, with many people expressing their desire to fight him because of it. However, when they realized that their opponent was the young master of the Immortal Might clan, their attitude took a 180 turn. They closed their mouths and returned to studying the stone statue, acting as though nothing had happened. My apologies, everyone. It will not happen again. Kulas did not forget to apologize to these people. Once the place calmed down again and everyone returned to studying the stone statue, Kulas looked at Tianyang and asked him through divine sense, "Did you say the technique's name was Great Mammoth Body Refinement? Please tell me you're not messing with me." "How would I know the technique's name if I'm toying with you?" "It's definitely Great Mammoth Body Refinement." Tianyang confirmed, "But how? How? I don't know how to explain it, but I studied the stone statue until I learned the technique's name. Of course I stopped immediately afterwards, since I didn't want to take it away from you." Kulas swallowed nervously before asking him, "And how long did it take you to learn the name?" "I learned it on the 17th day," he calmly responded. "It only took you a little over 2 weeks to comprehend the name?" Kulas was speechless, as he was unable to do such a thing even after spending 3 entire months trying. "Anyways, judging by your reaction, this is the technique you have been looking for, correct?" Tianyang asked. He nodded. "Yes, this is the technique. Unfortunately, I am not fated to learn it." Tianyang looked at the stone statue with a pondering face. After a moment of silence, he said, "What if I tried to learn the technique and pass it down to you afterward? Of course, I cannot guarantee that I have what it takes to. Will you really do that for me?" Kulas was so excited by Tianyang's words that he accidentally spoke out loud again, followed by hundreds of angry gazes. Sorry, I will leave this place now." Kulas left the area before anyone could utter a word, feeling quite embarrassed by his uncontrollable outbursts. Once he was far away, Kulas continued speaking with Tianyang through divine sense. "If you can really help me acquire the technique, I will give you my life." Tianyang smiled and calmly responded, "There's no need for such a thing, and you have already helped me enough. I'm not sure how long it will take for me to learn this technique, but I will start right now. Bender, take as much time as you need." Sometime later, Renshia asked Kulas, "Have you given up already?" "Yes," he admitted. "Then what about Tianyang?" He suddenly started to study the stone statue for real. Kulas explained the situation to her. "I do not have what it takes to learn this technique, but he might have a chance. If he successfully learns the technique, he will teach it to me. So we'll be staying here a little longer. You can leave whenever you want, though." Renshia's eyes widened after learning of the situation, and she turned to look at Tianyang with a pondering expression on her face. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 2 months since Tianyang started studying the stone statue seriously. Lights fell on the 69th day. The stone statue, which had remained unchanged for an unknown duration, suddenly began exhibiting cracks throughout its massive body. Then, before everyone's shocked gaze, the stone statue crumbled into a mountain of rubble. Kulas stood up with a look of disbelief on his face as he mumbled in a dazed voice. He really did it. Once people started snapping out of their daze, they immediately began looking for the person who comprehended the technique. "Who is it? Who learned the technique? Can you share the name of the technique? I would like to purchase the technique. I have an offer that you will not be able to refuse." However, since Tianyang did not enter enlightenment or display anything that would prove he learned the technique, nobody there except Kulas and Renshia knew that fact. "Tianyang, please tell me you were the one who learned the technique." Kula spoke in a desperate tone. Tianyang didn't respond to him with words, but with a silent and calm smile. Seeing this, Kulas immediately felt elevated, as though he was in heaven. After sneaking out of the crowd, Tianyang and his group quickly disappeared without being noticed. Sometime later, Tianyang and his group settled in a secluded area where they were the only living beings in a 1,000-mile radius. "I have the technique, but I don't know how to teach it to you. Do you have any technique that will allow me to transfer my knowledge to you?" Tianyang asked Kulas. "Actually, I do. It's called technique transmission, and I have the manual right here." Kulas retrieved a scroll and handed it to him without hesitation. "Okay, let me learn this technique first, then." Tianyang proceeded to spend the next several hours learning the technique. Once he was prepared, he used technique transmission on Kulas, transferring the technique of great mammoth body refinement to Kulas. Upon confirming that he had indeed received the correct technique, Kulas kowtowed before Tianyang and exclaimed with sincerity, "Starting from this moment, we will be sworn brothers. Will you accept me as your sworn brother?" Tianyang chuckled and said, "Why bother asking when you have already decided that we'll be sworn brothers, just like when you decided that we'll be friends? Stand up, Brother Kulas." "Thank you, Brother Tian." Unbelievable, Ren Xie was speechless. If forming a friendship with Kulas seemed improbable, being acknowledged as sworn brothers with him was nothing short of a miracle. Yet Tianyang, someone who was not from any influential background, was able to achieve such a feat. Read latest chapters at your only chapter 1390. Han Zexian's Legacy. After learning the technique, Kulas immediately sat down to cultivate. "Give me a few days," he said before closing his eyes and meditating. While they waited for him, Ren Xie suddenly spoke to Tianyang through divine sense. "Hey, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Bender." "What is it?" Tianyang looked at her. "There's this technique that I really want to learn, but I only managed to learn its name. Do you think you can try learning it for me? Of course, I will compensate you properly. I don't mind." To Ren Xie's surprise, Tianyang agreed to help her without any trouble. In Tianyang's mind, he wasn't losing out on anything since he would get paid to learn a new technique. "Thank you. It's only 2 days from here." "You can thank me after I learn the technique, since it's not guaranteed that I will learn it." Tianyang notified Kulas about their plans before leaving the scene with Ren Xie. 2 days later, they arrived at another stone sword. The name of this technique is Ethereal Blossom Sword Dance. Ren Xie said to him, as it might help him understand the technique a little faster. Tianyang nodded and started studying the stone sword shortly after. 2 weeks later, the stone sword collapsed, signifying that someone had successfully learned its technique. Ren Xia's body trembled with delight when she saw this. As they made their way back to Kulas, Tianyang transferred the technique to Ren Xia. "What do you want for payment?" "If there's anything you want, I will try to acquire it," said Ren Xia. Tianyang pondered for a moment before responding. "Does any kind of payment work? What if I want you to do me a favor?" "That is fine, too. Then can I save this payout for a later date when I need to use it? I cannot think of anything right now." Ren Xia reached for her spatial ring and retrieved a badge from it, handing it to Tianyang the next moment. "This is my medallion. You can keep it until you can think of something. Thanks. I should be the one thanking you." Ren Xie showed him a beautiful smile, one that felt natural and genuine. When they returned to Kulas, he was still in mediation. As they got closer, they could sense Kulas' aura more clearly, and it was incomparably stronger than before. Kulas opened his eyes when they landed, greeting them with a smile. "Welcome back. How do you like the technique?" Tianyang asked him. "I couldn't have asked for anything better. This technique suits my physique perfectly, as if it was created for me." He turned to look at Ren Xie and asked, "So, what kind of technique did you smooch off my brother?" Ren Xie frowned at his choice of words and sneered. "Unlike a certain someone, I'm going to pay for my technique with something that's actually of value. That's natural. You're just an annoying bitch leeching off him while I am his sworn brother." 2 of them started arguing with each other at that point. Sometime later, Tianyang asked, What should we do now? I don't need anything else from this place, so it's up to you, said Kulas. I will have to regroup with my family soon, so I have to leave. Rensha sighed. I would like to learn more sword techniques, but I'm also interested in the other trials. Unfortunately, we don't have a map of this place. Lightenfeld, hearing his words, Rensha retrieved a piece of jade slip from her spatial ring and handed it to him. This is an interactive map of this place, so it's constantly being updated with new information. Everyone from the immortal clans has one expect this useless idiot over here who came to this place alone, Rensha said as she glanced at Kulas. Oh, in that case you don't need to give me yours, since I have Gulim's spatial ring. He looked inside, and sure enough, there was the jade slip. This is very helpful. Thank you. Tianyang was delighted after seeing the information within the jade slip. Their biggest headache was instantly solved by it. Wait a minute. You have Gulim's spatial ring? You know his family is tracking his location, right? Rensha said, wondering how the immortal Gu clan hadn't tracked him yet. You don't have to worry about that, since I got rid of the tracker long ago, Kulas said in a prideful tone. As a young master from the immortal clans, he knew the way their families operated, and that Gulim would have a tracker on him. Is that so over the next several months? Tianyang followed the map in the jade slip and learned as many sword techniques as he could. Rensha continued to follow them until she had to leave a few weeks into their journey. While Tianyang learned sword techniques, Kulas spent his time mastering the great mammoth body refinement technique. Once Tianyang was satisfied with the techniques he'd learned, he started training them on magical beasts. Even though everyone in the tomb was limited to peak Spirit King, there were magical beasts at the Spirit Emperor level. However, Tianyang had Gulim's treasures and learned several powerful techniques, allowing him to fight even early-level Spirit Emperor magical beasts with ease. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this time, Tianyang completely solidified his cultivation and increased his proficiency with his new techniques. If he were to encounter the gold and money bandits in his current state, he would be able to wipe them out with little to no effort. Kulas managed to increase his body size through the great mammoth body refinement technique, allowing him to grow several sizes larger, but his most impressive improvement was his raw strength. Furthermore, news of Han Zexian's legacy being found had spread like wildfire, but it was sealed behind an indestructible door, and nobody has been able to figure out how to open it. Follow current novels on order. Chapter 1391, Han Zexian's Legacy, to 3991, Han Zexian's Legacy, Kulas suddenly suggested one day during their training. Tianyang raised an eyebrow and said, That place is most likely crawling with people from the immortal clans. We don't have to look at it closely. We'll only be going there to look at the sealed entrance, you know. As far as I know, nobody has been able to open it. We are only a few hours away from it, so we might as well go take a look. If you say so, Tianyang nodded. Kulas retrieved his flying treasure, and they set out toward Han Zexian's legacy, following the directions provided by the jade slip. They stopped moving a few hours later when they encountered a massive mountain standing majestically in the middle of an empty plain. This mountain was so incredibly conspicuous that it could be spotted from miles away, yet it wasn't found by anyone until a year ago. However, those who have been to this specific area before swore that the mountain did not exist when they passed through this area over a year ago. Many speculated that the mountain had appeared after a specific condition had been met, but that condition remains unknown to this day. A large group of people were gathered at the base of this mountain, all of them surrounding a massive sealed door. This door seemed to be made from some sort of metal, and its color was pitch black, as dark as the void. Suddenly, a dozen of these people flew into the air and started bombarding the mountain with powerful martial techniques, causing the entire place to shake. The identities of the people in this group consisted of renowned experts from powerful families and sects, all of them having an immortal cultivation base outside the tomb. Yet no matter how much they attacked the mountain, they were unable to leave behind a scratch on the mountain, let alone destroy it. These experts stopped attacking after consuming all of their spiritual energy and rested for a few hours. Once they restored enough spiritual energy, they started bombarding the mountain again, using powerful treasures this time. How long have they been doing this? Tianyang couldn't help but wonder out loud. Kulas shrugged. Who knows, but knowing their stubborn nature, they've probably been at it for a long time now. Hey, look over there, that annoying woman is there as well. Kulas pointed at the conspicuous, beautiful young lady in the crowd. Even in a sea of people, Ren Sha stood out like the mountain in front of her bender. She looks bored. Tianyang smiled. Suddenly, Tianyang heard a familiar voice inside his head. Brierad. The immortal Gu clan must be aware of Gulim's death by now. If I go there in my current appearance, they will, without a doubt, recognize me. Unfortunately, he used up all of his appearance-reforming pills long ago. He turned to look at Kulas, who was his last hope, and asked, "Do you happen to have any appearance-reforming pills on you?" Lightsfell, "Nope, I have never even touched one in my life." Kulas immediately shook his head. "Why? You want to hide your face and take a closer look at the mountain?" "Well, Han Zexian just spoke to me in my head, and he wants me to approach the mountain." "What? If that's true, you might be the key to opening the sealed doors." "That won't matter if I cannot even get close to it." Tianyang sighed. Kulas looked at the crowd again and said, "The immortal Gu clan is by the entrance, so it'll be impossible for you to get close without being noticed by them." Tianyang then said, "Even if I somehow manage to hide my face, having you by my side will still give my identity away?" "Forget it. We can come back later when the immortal clans give up." "That will probably take years. What if someone else takes the legacy before then?" Kulas said with a bittersweet smile. "I'll take my chances. Let's return to training," Tianyang said. "If you say so." However, just as Kulas turned around and sped away, an invisible force stopped the flying treasure from moving. Huh? What's going on? Kulas was puzzled when the flying treasure came to an abrupt halt, and it was not as if it had run out of spiritual energy. Did something happen? The flying treasure Before Kulas could even finish his sentence, the invisible force pulled it, sending it flying toward the mountain. What in heaven's name? The flying treasure crashed into the mountain a moment later, and Tianyang and Kulas were knocked off it, falling to the ground and landing directly in front of the sealed doors. "Who dares?" The immortal clans were startled by their sudden and rough entrance. The experts there immediately released their pressure as a precaution.
Whoa, wait, it's me.
Kulas raised his hands and said, Aren't you Kulas from the Immortal Might clan? What are you doing here?" The people there quickly recognized him. However, their focus on Kulas was short-lived, as these experts quickly noticed that the sealed doors, which had remained closed for the past year regardless of their efforts, had inexplicably opened. The experts were so shocked by this phenomenon that they didn't even bother giving Tianyang a single glance and rushed to the doors. "The door to Han Zexian's legacy has been opened," the experts announced with excitement as they entered the door. However, the moment the first person to enter the door took a step inside, his entire body exploded into a bloody mess, terrifying the others behind him. Sect Master Cheng. Oh, my heavens! What happened? Suddenly, Han Zexian's voice resonated loudly, his anger reverberating through the surroundings. "Those who lack the qualifications yet dare to seek my legacy will be met with a swift death. The most up-to-date novels are published on Harvard. There are 92 consequences." Chapter 1392, Consequences. After Han Zexian's warning, the experts who were prepared to enter the mountain immediately jumped back, distancing themselves from the opened doors that were smeared with blood. Sect Master Cheng, who was a silver immortal, was instantly killed without any warnings. Seeing such a shocking scene, nobody else dared to enter the mountain. Fuck if I had been first to enter. The experts that were following behind Sect Master Cheng began sweating profusely as they imagined themselves dying an explosive death. This must have been a trap. The door wouldn't open no matter what we did, yet it suddenly opened out of the blue. I don't believe in such coincidences. But we cannot ignore the qualification that Han Zexian spoke of. How does one even receive qualification? The experts racked their brains trying to find an answer. However, none of them could think of any logical explanation for their current situation. Suddenly, one of them turned to look at Kulis with narrowed eyes. Now that I think about it, the door unsealed itself when Kulis smacked into the mountain with his flying treasure. Do you think he activated a switch by accident? We've been smacking the damn mountain non-stop for the past few months, leaving no spot untouched. Are you telling me that we somehow missed a spot? That's highly improbable. Why did you even smash into the mountain in the first place, Kulis? One of them asked. Honestly, I have no idea. I was passing through this area when an invisible force stopped my flying treasure, and before I knew it, I was flying into the mountain. Kulis shrugged. Hearing this, the experts started mumbling to each other again. Sometime later, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Patriarch Gu!" That person beside Kulas, it's him. He's the one who killed young Master Gulim. What are you sure? One of the experts snapped his head to glare at Tianyang with immense killing intent spewing out of his eyes. Oh shit. Tianyang swallowed nervously when he realized that he'd been identified as Gulim's killer. This bastard? If I had known he was Gulim's killer, I would have killed him at that time, another expert suddenly exclaimed as he pointed at Tianyang. This person was the sect master of the 7 divine sword peaks, who wanted to acquire the technique Limitless Sword Domain from Tianyang. Kulis, why are you with a man who killed Gulim? A middle-aged man who resembled him stepped forward with a deep frown on his face. Young Master Kulis was also there when that man killed young Master Gulim. In fact, they were fighting each other before it happened. Another person suddenly revealed, "What? Kulas, is this true? Are you involved with Gulim's death?" His father was enraged when he heard this. Kulis found himself bombarded with questions, compounded by the various pressures bearing down on him. Even if he desired to respond, he couldn't muster the ability to open his mouth in such a situation. However, Tianyang was different, and he managed to keep a calm expression on his face even in his situation. "Indeed, I am responsible for killing Gulim," Tianyang announced in a somewhat prideful tone. "While it's true that Kulis was fighting with Gulim before I killed him, he had no intention of actually harming Gulim. It was solely my decision to kill Gulim who mocked me." "Brother Tian, what are you doing?" Kulis looked at him with wide eyes as he spoke through divine sense. "What do you mean? I already said that I would claim all responsibilities. Don't even try to protect me, or I will never call you brother again." Tianyang showed a calm smile on his face. "How dare you speak of killing my son with a smile on your face? I will fucking kill you," Patriarch Gu roared in anger as he abruptly charged at Tianyang. Under normal circumstances, Tianyang wouldn't stand a chance against the patriarch of an immortal clan, but with Patriarch Gu's cultivation limited to Peak Spirit King, Tianyang managed to not only dodge the strike, but even counterattack. Limitless Sword Domain. 10 majestic swords materialized around Tianyang and immediately went after Patriarch Gu. After training the technique tirelessly for an entire year, he managed to increase the number of swords he could create from 4 to 10. Patriarch Gu didn't dare to underestimate the technique after sensing its formidable aura, but he still failed to block all 10 swords. After blocking 9 swords, one of them managed to slip through his defenses, severing half of his left arm. "Fuck, you little shit." Patriarch Gu's aura exploded and his eyes turned red. However, even after the successful attack, Tianyang was unable to rest for a second because the sect master of the 7 divine sword peaks had launched a sneak attack from behind him. Tianyang did not try to block it and evaded it instead. After narrowly dodging the sneak attack, Tianyang rushed toward the entrance to Han Zexian's legacy. "Thank you for everything, Brother Kulis. If it weren't for you, I would have died on that day. If I manage to get out of this alive, I will definitely repay you." Tianyang mumbled as he flew past Kulis. "That bastard is heading for the entrance. He's trying to suicide. Stop him. I won't be satisfied until I personally skin him alive," Patriarch Gu shouted. However, None of the experts dared to approach the entrance, as Han Zexian's warning still resounded in their heads. Even Patriarch Gu, who was desperate, couldn't move his body out of fear. Without hesitation, Tian Yang entered the entrance, disappearing inside the mountain. What? Why didn't he die? That bastard! He must have acquired the qualifications. Is that why the door suddenly opened? He was the cause this whole time? A moment later, Tian Yang's voice resounded from inside the mountain. Come chase after me if you dare, you fucking losers! Fuck the immortal clans! Fuck the 7 divine sword peaks! I will acquire Han Zexian's legacy and kill all of you bastards. Just you bastards wait. Tian Yang's words left the experts enraged, but before they could curse back, the door to the mountain sealed shut again, cutting his connection with the rest of the world. I swear upon my surname that I will not let you leave this place alive. Patriarch Gu roared as he punched the sealed doors so hard that he broke his knuckles. Some time later, once the atmosphere calmed down a little, the experts turned to look at Kulis with deep frowns on their faces, looking as though they were staring at a scapegoat. Kulis, you will answer all of our questions if you value your life. You will tell us everything you know about that bastard and how he acquired the qualifications to enter the mountain. I will torture you for answers if I have to. Don't think your status can save you now. Hearing such words, Kulis looked at his father for help. But alas, he only received a disappointed headshake in response. Even if he was the Immortal Might Clan's young master, there was nothing his father could do to help him without receiving backlash from the other clans. I'm sorry, son, but we cannot afford to offend everyone here. You may hate me for not protecting you, but this is a mess you created, so you will have to bear the consequences. Kulis' father decided to abandon him so that the rest of the family wouldn't be targeted by the others. As the head of the family, he had a duty to prolong the family, even if he had to sacrifice his own son to do so. Thus, Patriarch Gu and several other experts dragged Kulis to a secluded location where they would interrogate him using all sorts of unspeakable methods for a long, long time. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation outside, Tian Yang walked deeper into the mountain, embraced by the surrounding darkness. Soon a dim light appeared in the distance, and as he got near the light, a childish voice resounded. Master, it's been 6 hours. The next trial will begin shortly, Tianer said, snapping Yuan out of his memories and back to the present. He stood up with a profound look on his face and said, You can start the trial now. This content is taken from Chapter 1393, A Truly Priceless Treasure. 1393, A Truly Priceless Treasure. You have started your second trial in the Stairway to Heaven. As the second trial commenced, Yuan found himself teleported to a vast empty land. There was nothing in sight except for a tree line that surrounded him several miles away, with nothing between him and the trees. Defeat as many opponents as you can in 6 hours. Your reward will correspond with the number of opponents you have defeated. Tier 1, Woe, 100. Tier 2, 0,000. Tier 3, 0,10,000. Tier 4, 0,10,000. Tier 5, 0,10th. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw how many opponents he needed to defeat for the Tier 5 reward. 1,000,000? In just 6 hours? He expressed his disbelief out loud. The very next moment he could see thousands of figures coming out of the tree line, and they charged at him like a horde of monsters. When Yuan saw the appearance of these people, he immediately frowned, and his aura gushed with killing intent. These individuals bore the unmistakable appearance of bandits. They were none other than the Golden Money Bandits, a group that he despised to the very core of his soul. Each of these bandits emitted the cultivation of a divine warrior, from the first level all the way to the peak of divine warrior. Yuan took a deep breath and flew into the air, stopping only when he was right beneath the clouds. The bandits chased him into the air, even though Yuan was surrounded by thousands of divine warrior bandits in every direction. He remained composed with a nonchalant expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he waved his sleeves and used a sword technique that he'd recently remembered. Limitless sword domain in the blink of an eye. 2,000 swords materialized in the air, covering the entire sky. Even Han Zexian was only able to create several hundred swords at his peak as a golden immortal. Yet Yuan had managed to create twice as many while only being a spirit king. Furthermore, each of his swords was imbued with enhanced sword aura, so they were also incomparably much stronger. Limitless sword stream, the 2,000 swords began to dance in the sky, attacking the bandits relentlessly. Tier 3-1 330, quat 10,000. In just a few seconds, Yuan effortlessly slaughtered over 1,000 bandits, and as he defeated a bandit, another one would appear from the tree line, so he had an endless supply of bandits to experience his wrath. Tier 4, 19,213, 100,000. Tier 4, 39,716, 100,000. Tier 4, 69,532, 100,000. Tier 5, 100,000. Tier 5, 101,987, 1,000. Yuan had reached the last tier of rewards in only 20 minutes, achieving it much quicker than he'd expected. I will complete the trial in a little over 3 hours at this rate. The limitless sword domain is much stronger than I anticipated. Although it consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, I have no problem keeping it up for 3 hours. Limitless sword domain, rank mythic, mastery, level 1/4 or scout. Description: consumes 25,000 chi per second for every sword created using this technique. Overwhelm your enemies with sheer numbers and unfathomable strength. Increase the damage of each sword by 1% for every sword active. If it weren't for Yuan's monstrous cultivation speed, he wouldn't have been able to maintain the technique for more than just a few minutes. Of course, this doesn't mean Yuan was stronger than someone at the Golden Immortal Realm. One's understanding of the sword also contributed to the number of swords they could create using limitless sword domain, and Yuan's sword mastery simply outclassed Han Zexian. And while Yuan's spiritual energy capacity may be nowhere near Han Zexian's capacity as a Golden Immortal, his cultivation speed made up for the disparity as long as he didn't create too many swords at once. As long as he doesn't control over 2,000 swords at once, he would have no problem maintaining the technique for an eternity. A little over 3 hours later, the green scenery turned into that of a horror scene where countless corpses piled as high as mountains with the bottom submerged in a sea of blood. Tier 5, 999 Thivas, 999 Thivas bandit. The atmosphere became quiet as no more bandits spawned. However, a threatening presence appeared a moment later, and a single figure emerged from the sea of blood. This person looked exactly like the gold and money bandits' leader, and he had the cultivation of a third-level divine master. Yuan glanced at the bandit leader with a disdainful look on his face. "Read?" "Eid." He raised his hand toward the heavens and muttered in a cold voice, "Limitless sword. Second domain, descending sword god." The 2,000 swords suddenly merged into a giant sword. When Yuan struck his hand down in the bandit leader's direction, the giant sword descended from the sky with unfathomable pressure and prowess. Seeing this, the bandit leader released all of his cultivation and swung at the incoming sword, creating a powerful blade made of saber aura. However, since the giant sword was strengthened with enhanced sword aura, the bandit leader's saber aura was powerless against it and shattered like thin ice. The giant sword crushed the bandit leader's figure the very next second, leaving nothing behind. Your comprehension of limitless sword domain has improved tremendously. Limitless sword domain mastery level 1-2, Wicked 2, you have defeated 1,000,000 bandits and cleared the trial. An orb of light appeared in front of Yuan a moment later. This orb of light slowly approached Yuan, but it didn't enter his body like usual. The orb of light stopped right in front of Yuan and began weakening its glow until it revealed the treasure hidden within. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw this treasure that was a single ring. He quickly grabbed the ring and pressed it against his chest, embracing it. Huang Xiao Li's spatial ring, grade, spirit, description. An ordinary spatial ring owned by Huang Xiao Li. Even though the reward may seem insignificant and pointless to most people, it was a priceless and irreplaceable treasure in Yuan's eyes, and he wouldn't ask for a better reward even if he could follow current novels on Per. Chapter 194, Fourth Heaven. 194, Fourth Heaven. After clearing the second trial, Yuan was teleported back to Tianer, who greeted him with a gentle smile. "Congratulations, Master. You have cleared the stairway to heaven and acquired the qualifications to enter the fourth heaven. Congratulations, you have successfully passed all trials in the stairway to heaven. You have gained access to the fourth heaven, mystic heaven." Meanwhile, an announcement was made for the players. "Liefriedbrich, congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to ascend to fourth heaven through the stairway to heaven." Because of Player Yuan's efforts, mystic heaven has re-established its connection with profound heaven, allowing access for all players. All players may now enter the stairway to heaven and ascend to fourth heaven without any restrictions. It's Player Yuan again. He's the first one to climb the stairway to heaven again. How long has it been since we gained access to the third heaven? The majority of us are still struggling in the second heaven. He's climbing way too fast. Lights fell. The disparity between Player Yuan and the rest of the player base has drastically widened once again. Those from the 10 great families could only grit their teeth in anger upon seeing the announcement. Meanwhile, somewhere within the ninth heaven, also known as Supreme Heaven, the Celestial Emperor stared at the screen before him. Player Yuan again, huh? What a pity that such a talent was born in that world. Who knows what he would have achieved by now if he had been born in the 9 heavens, but if you keep progressing this fast, you will ruin everything I had planned, and I won't be able to stop myself from interfering. After pondering for a moment in silence, the Celestial Emperor muttered in an authoritative tone, "Initiate system update, confirm system update." Confirm. System update initiated. A few minutes later, a notification appeared before every player online. There will be a system update in 24 hours. The update will take approximately 3 days. Cultivation Online will not be accessible during this time. This notification immediately caused an uproar within the player base. What? System update? This is the first time something like this has happened since the game was released. What kind of update? Why doesn't it specify? This update is happening right after Player Yuan reaches the fourth heaven. This cannot be a coincidence. I cannot play Cultivation Online for 3 whole days. What the hell am I supposed to do in the meantime? This game has consumed my life. Inside the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked at the notification with a slight frown on his face. Since he knew the true nature of Cultivation Online, he wasn't as optimistic as the others. "Then I'll see you later," Yuan said to Tian'er before leaving the stairway to heaven with the others. After leaving the stairway to heaven, Yuan and his group found themselves in the middle of nowhere once again. Yuan looked at Shimei and said, "Something urgent came up, so we will have to leave for a few days." "Huh. What happened?" Shimei asked. Yuan took this chance to try something out and said, "There will be a system update, so we, players, cannot log in for 3 days in 24 hours. Shimei had a somewhat dazed look on her face after hearing his words. Then, after a moment of silence, she calmly responded, "Don't worry, I will wait for you to finish your business." "You're not going to ask about the system update and why we have to be gone?" Yuan pressed further.
Yuan press
Real. Vin, Reich, real. Right. Real. Lack.
Ugh.
Yuan retrieved Huang Xiaoli's spatial ring and offered it to her. "I want you to have this, eh? This is—" Chu Liusheng was taken aback when she was suddenly offered a ring, as it looked like Yuan was proposing to her. "This is something akin to the sword I gave Li Jinxi, as it belongs to you. Sorry, it's nothing fancy. I don't know what this is about, but thank you, I will treasure it." Chu Liusheng accepted the ring with a bright smile on her face. Meishu looked at them with a pondering expression on her face, wondering if she'd receive something as well. Sometime later they found a city and entered it. "Then we'll see you in about 3 days," Yuan said to Ximeli after renting a hotel room for her. "I'll take this time to cultivate since it's been a while." She nodded. Yuan and the others logged off shortly after. Upon returning to their own world, Yuan gathered the others to talk about the upcoming system update. "What do you think they are going to update?" Wang Ming asked. "Since it's called a system update, I think they'll readjust the system or something along that line," Shi Lang speculated. "Whatever it is, I'm pretty confident that it has something to do with Yuan." Wang Shuying said as she looked at him, "There's no way it's a coincidence that this is happening right after you reach the 4th heaven." Yuan nodded. "I also think this update has something to do with me, but until we see the changes, we won't know for sure why. I'm going to speak with the Lord to see if he has any opinions," he added. Sometime later, Leah showed up at his mansion to guide Yuan. "You've returned much quicker than I anticipated. Did something happen?" the Lord asked him upon his arrival. He nodded. "There's a system update for Cultivation Online. We don't know the details, and we won't be able to enter Cultivation Online for 3 days." The Lord fell silent with a pondering face. A few minutes later he spoke. "Since it's related to the system itself, it was most likely caused by the Celestial Emperor. Unfortunately, even I cannot tell you what he has planned, Bender." Read latest chapters at Reed's. Yuan had a feeling that the Celestial Emperor was the culprit since he was the one who created Cultivation Online. "It seems like I'm fated to cross paths with the Celestial Emperor even in this life," he sighed inwardly. "Anyways, ignoring the update, I have reached the 4th heaven, so I will be heading to the Shadow Realm soon to find a soul to bring back." The Lord nodded and said, "Regarding the situation, I have learned some new information on why it is getting harder for me to maintain the formation." "Oh, what's causing it?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I should have anticipated this sooner, but unsurprisingly, Cultivation Online is the cause. When someone enters Cultivation Online, a part of their soul travels outside the formation to reach the 9 heavens. But that's not all, since their soul has to return once they log off. With so many people entering Cultivation Online every day, it's slowly damaging the formation, hence why it consumes more spiritual energy than usual." The Lord explained their situation. "Unfortunately, this information doesn't change our situation, since there's nothing we can do to stop these people from playing Cultivation Online." Yuan nodded, agreeing with the Lord. Nobody would believe them even if they revealed the truth to the rest of the world. After all, who would believe that a video game would result in the Zemden 44 bird? Hid X. After all, who would believe that a video game would result in the end of the world? Meanwhile, somewhere within the upper area of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Xiong Lu stood with his hands behind his back as he nervously stared at the cold-looking middle-aged man seated in front of him. The middle-aged man was Xiong Chengshuan, the head of the Xiong family, and also Xiong Lu's father. Jing Shangxuan placed the report in his hands down and looked at Xiang Lu with a cold and disappointed gaze. "So you mean to tell me, not only did you fail to befriend player Yuan, who is arguably the most powerful individual in Cultivation Online, but you even offended him and waged war against him?" Bam! Xiang Chengshuan slammed the table so hard that it split into 2 halves. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" he roared, causing the air to tremble. Xiang Lu was shocked by his father's reaction. "Why are you so upset, father? He may be powerful, but he's just a single person without any backing. He's a nobody in the real world." A nobody? Are you seriously saying that?" Xiang Chengshuan narrowed his eyes. Seeing his father's response made Jiang Lu ponder if Yuan had a secret background that he didn't know of. He's just the adopted son of a fallen family. Even that family isn't much during its prime days. Zhang Chengshuan shook his head and sighed. I didn't know I had given birth to such a dumb son. You disappoint me, Zhang Lu. What's stupid, me? Zhang Lu's expression froze with shock, as this was his first time being insulted in such a manner by his father. Look around you, the current situation of our world. This world is no longer the same as it was a year ago. Cultivation Online is no longer just a video game. The treasures and techniques we acquire in Cultivation Online will also affect this world. Those who continue to see Cultivation Online as a mere video game will be left behind by the rest of the rapidly evolving world Bender. As the cultivation scene in our world continues to advance, the power balance in our world will also evolve. In the future, influence and power will held to a different standard, and those who are at the top of the cultivator world will, undoubtedly, monetize it all, just like Cultivation Online. In fact, we are already starting to see such a change. The legacy families are slowly losing power and influence to these guilds and clans that focus on cultivation. Why do you think everyone is desperately trying to increase their cultivation and acquire cultivation techniques nowadays? Because it's entertaining. Because it's something new. No, it's because their future depends on it. Light symbol T. This is. Zhang Lu was left speechless by his father's view of the situation of the world. He realized that the world was changing, but he was short-sighted and failed to see the bigger picture. Ding. Zhang Shengshuan's cell phone suddenly pinged, catching his attention. Player Yuan has just reached the fourth heaven. Zhang Chengshuan announced what he had just seen on his phone. What? Zhang Lu expressed his shock upon learning of this information. Zhang Chengshuan looked at him and continued. While the rest of the world is still struggling in the first and second heavens, Player Yuan, all by himself, reached the fourth heaven. His access to treasures and techniques is incomparably better than the rest of us. Furthermore, this gap between him and the rest of the world will only continue to widen. You say that Player Yuan has no backing, yet he's clearly on friendly terms with the Bai family, and he's closely being watched by the Cultivators Association, which is rapidly growing in power and influence. It's only a matter of time before Player Yuan becomes the most powerful individual in this world as well. Now tell me, Zhang Lu, do you regret your actions? Zhang Chengshuan asked after a moment of silence. Zhang Lu nodded his head. Then you will fix this problem you caused. If you cannot befriend him, then you can only crush him before he grows too powerful and becomes a problem for our family in the future. Zhang Chengshuan said in a cold voice. What? Zhang Lu's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. He didn't think his father would suggest crushing Yuan after praising him so much. However, it did make sense. If a wild dog cannot be tamed before it becomes too powerful to control, they can only get rid of that dog before its bite becomes too dangerous. It just so happens that Player Yuan is currently living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so you can visit him right away. Although I did give you two options, I suggest you try the first option before opting for the second one. Zhang Chengshuan said a moment later. Yes. Zhang Lu replied with a resolute face. The source of this content is Wurgachuk Chapter 1396, Deviant Bloods. 1396, Deviant Bloods, after receiving his father's orders. Zhang Lu left to ponder about his decision. Fuck. What should I do now? Due to his immense pride, Zhang Lu found it incredibly difficult to forgive Yuan, who spat in his face, as well as ruining his image and damaging his reputation before his colleagues. Zhang Lu was someone who did not know defeat and stood above the majority of people in the world ever since birth. He always dominated every ranking of every game that he's ever touched, and he was always in the spotlight. However, things have changed since the introduction of Cultivation Online, the most popular game in history by far. Due to Cultivation Online's popularity and exciting gameplay, Zhang Lu had never felt a stronger desire to dominate everyone else. Unfortunately, due to the appearance of Player Yuan, someone nobody knew about, his presence within Cultivation Online might as well be non-existent. No matter what he did or how much money he spent on the game, he could not seem to catch up to player Yuan, who was achieving seemingly impossible feats left and right as though it was normal gameplay. This caused Xiong Lu to fall into depression for some time until he met Zhao Hui, an exile, who pulled him out of the darkness and gave him a chance to catch up to Yuan. Things got better from that point. He acquired powerful treasures and techniques that even he couldn't purchase with money, and his cultivation soared with the guidance of Zhao Hui, who claimed to be an immortal cultivator. Everything looked great for Xiong Lu until Yuan showed up with an even stronger exile, slaughtering Zhao Hui, his only hope of surpassing Yuan. It was at this point that Xiong Lu vowed to completely and utterly destroy Yuan, no matter the cost. Thus, he cooked up a plan to destroy Yuan with the help of his colleagues. After gathering hundreds of exiles, Xiong Lu was confident that he would finally be able to deal with Yuan, but as though fate was purposefully messing with him, not only did he fail to destroy Yuan, but he suffered an embarrassing defeat at the hands of Yuan, even dying for the first time. After recalling everything that Yuan had done to him, the anger dormant within him awakened, spewing forth like a volcanic eruption. Lights fell. You want me to lower my head and act like nothing happened? Never. I'd rather die than lower myself to that bastard who took everything from me. Xiong Lu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with resolution. He immediately retrieved his phone and started dialing a certain number. A voice answered after a few rings. "What do you want?" "I want your strongest fighters, all of them." Bender. "We have one who recently entered Spirit Master and 8 Peak Spirit Warriors." "What kind of job is this? The kind that makes someone disappear?" Xiong Lu responded in a cold voice. After a brief moment of silence, the voice returned. "Very well. Who's the target? We'll calculate the price based on the difficulty." Player Yuan, also known as Yu Tian. The person behind the phone was left terrified after hearing Yuan's name. "You want us to assassinate Yu Tian? Fuck! Do you not remember what happened to the young master of the Zheng family after he hired a hit on Yu Tian? He was annihilated along with the group that accepted the job. This is suicide. You might as well ask us to kill ourselves." Only a few people know of the truth behind Zheng Weimin's disappearance to this day. Xiong Lu sneered. Zheng Weimin failed because he hired a bunch of useless trash. Are you telling me that the deviant bloods are comparing themselves to such nobodies? After a moment of silence, the person said, "We don't have any intel on Yu Tian ever since he entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, we do have some intel on those living with him. The people staying with him are from families that used to live in seclusion, only revealing themselves recently. There are also rumors that these families already knew the existence of cultivation and had been cultivating years before Cultivation Online's creation." "So what?" Xiong Lu sneered. "Just this knowledge alone will increase the difficulty to the max. We don't know our opponent's prowess, and with what happened to Zheng Weimin, I do not think the others will accept this mission." "A blank check." Xiong Lu suddenly interrupted. "Excuse me?" The voice sounded dumbfounded. "I will give a blank check to anyone that dares to go after Yu Tian? Tell them that and call me once you have an answer." Xiong Lu hung up without waiting for a response. To give a blank check was essentially to give the workers as much money as they wanted, which could easily go south, especially with money-hungry assassins. But Xiong Lu was prepared to spend $1,7 billion if he could get rid of Yuan. While he waited for the call back from the deviant bloods, an extremely dangerous and ruthless group of elite assassins, Xiong Lu decided to take a look at Yuan's residence. However, not even 2 minutes after he left his house and started making his way down the mountain, Xiong Lu noticed a group of individuals quickly approaching from behind. He turned around to see a group of young men and women walking down the mountain in ragged clothes, looking worse than even beggars. They also appeared to be injured with bruises all over their body. However, as a cultivator, Xiong Lu could instantly tell that this group of young men and women were actually powerful cultivators just from their formidable aura alone. This aura spirit grandmasters? Impossible! How can they already be spirit grandmasters when they look to be around my age? Xiong Lu was in disbelief, as he was only a spirit warrior himself after cultivating with a divine rank cultivation technique. Lived such monsters come from? How did they reach that level so quickly? Moreover, where are they coming from? We are already at the top of the mountain, and my Xiong family is located closest to the peak with nobody living any closer. Xiong Lu pondered to himself, wearing a deep frown on his face. Follow current novels on Chapter 1397, A Group of Spirit Grandmasters. Chapter 1397, A Group of Spirit Grandmasters. Xiong Lu stared at the approaching group of young men and women with a look of disbelief. While he researched the people around Yuan, he only knew their names and had never seen their faces before, so he didn't know they belonged to the demon-sealing faction.
Excuse me,
Xiong Lu subconsciously called out to them once they were close enough. Huh, what do you want? Wang Ming asked with a slight frown on his face, as he was in a bad mood after their tortuous training. Where are you guys coming from? I thought the Zhong family lives closest to the mountain's peak, Xiong Lu asked. We came from the peak, but why do you care? The peak? Does that mean you've met the lord of this mountain before? Xiong Lu was shocked to learn this information, as even his father had never seen the lord before. I'm too tired for this. I'll return first, Shu Liuxiang said before suddenly flying into the air and disappearing from the scene. Xiong Lu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was his first time witnessing someone fly outside of Cultivation Online. In fact, he didn't even know it was possible. I wasn't mistaken. They are really spirit grandmasters, Xiong Lu cried inwardly after confirming it. If there's nothing else, we will leave, Wang Ming said a moment later. Wait. Just one more question. Are you guys really spirit grandmasters? How did you reach that level so quickly? Although he already knew the answer, he needed to hear it from their mouths to completely believe it. So, what if we are spirit grandmasters? And since that is 2 questions, I will only answer the first one. I will pay you. Xiong Lu suddenly blurted out. Huh? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. Oh, if you help me reach Spirit Grandmaster as well, I will pay you $1 billion. If you think I am joking, my name is Xiong Lu, heir of the Zhong family. I will even sign a contract, Xiong Lu said, appearing quite desperate. The Zhong family? Wang Ming and the others muttered in a low voice, as if they were recalling something. A smile appeared on Xiong Lu when he saw this. If they recognized his family, it would make negotiations much easier for him. However, what came out of Wang Ming and the others' mouths a moment later left Xiong Lu in shambles. No wonder why I found you unpleasant, even though we've never met before. It turned out you were Xiong Lu, the arrogant bastard who threatened to destroy Yuan. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes at Xiong Lu to threaten one of, if not the most powerful cultivators in this world with that pathetic cultivation base. You must have a death wish. Shilang chuckled. Hey, I dare you to attack us, the demon-sealing faction. It'll finally give me an excuse to test out my training results practically. Hung Shuquan said. Yi, you're with the demon-sealing faction. Xiong Lu felt his heart sink after learning this information. Naturally, he has heard of the demon-sealing faction, a small yet elite faction led by none other than Yuan. Countless people have applied to the faction, but only a single individual has managed to join their ranks since their creation. However, according to his information network, everyone within the demon-sealing faction was only at the spirit warrior level about a year ago. How did they manage to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time? It was a speed that would be terrifying even inside Cultivation Online, let alone the real world. Li Jinshi suddenly stepped forward and glared at Xiong Lu with subtle killing intent, mumbling, "Should I just get rid of him right now to prevent future trouble?" "What?" Xiong Lu's entire body trembled in fear after sensing the increasingly strong murderous intent coming from Li Jinshi's gaze. However, he quickly recalled the rules of the mountain and exclaimed, "You wouldn't dare! Do you even know where we are? The Dragon Spiral Mountain forbids harming other tenants, and we are right in front of my family's residence. Do you not fear the Lord's wrath?" It was rumored that the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain was actually a cultivator, a powerful one at that. There had been conflicts within the Dragon Spiral Mountain before, but the troublemakers all vanished without a trace shortly after. The Lord, I'm sure he would overlook the disappearance of some bastard that threatened Yuan. Wang Bingbing smiled. I would even wager the Lord dealing with you himself if he knew about it. He owes Yuan a great amount after all. Wu Zhao chuckled. Zhang Lu subconsciously stepped back after learning that Yuan had a close connection with the Lord of the Dragon, Spiral Mountain. Please, wait a moment. I acknowledge that I had threatened Yuan, but it was done out of sheer anger, and I don't have the intention to follow through with it. In the presence of nearly a dozen spirit grandmasters, Xiong Lu's fleeting courage, which had manifested moments ago, dissipated like wisps of smoke. Despite his earlier declaration that he would prefer death over submission, it became apparent that beneath his facade of bravado he was but a timid soul, relying on the shield of his family's influence to feign a lofty demeanor. I swear I will never harm Yuan. However, Wang Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, You wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him even if you wanted to. That guy is a monster who can treat all of us like toddlers in a fight. I advise you to give up on revenge if you value your life. Offending someone like Yuan is the worst thing one can do. Xu Murong nodded. Wang Ming approached Xiong Lu and placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it with enough strength to send shivers throughout his body, and whispered, Even though you claim you won't do anything, I don't trust people like you, so I will be keeping an eye on you. If you think the Xiong family is untouchable, you are nothing but a frog in a well. Xiong Lu could do nothing but silently nod, his back soaked in cold sweat. This content is taken from Chapter 1398, Regret. Chapter 1398, Regret. 1398, Regret. Actually, I was on my way to apologize to Yuan for my behavior. Xiong Lu subconsciously blurted out loud after being threatened by Wang Ming.
Actually? In that case, let's get going.
Wang Ming smiled as he started walking down the mountain again. Xiong Lu could only accept his fate and follow the demon-sealing faction back to their residence. However, a few minutes later, Xiong Lu's cell phone started ringing loudly. Fuck. It must be the Deviant Bloods. Why did they have to call me back so quickly? Are they trying to get me killed? Xiong Lu cursed inwardly. The phone continued ringing, but Xiong Lu didn't dare to answer it and pretended to not even hear it. After all, he was surrounded by spirit grandmasters with incredible senses who would surely be able to hear his conversation with the Deviant Bloods from meters away. If the demon-sealing faction were to learn that he'd tried hiring assassins to go after Yuan, he would surely vanish from the face of this earth before reaching Yuan's residence. Under such circumstances, Xiong Lu had no choice but to ignore the phone, even if it might raise some eyebrows. Hey, aren't you going to answer it? Wang Ming asked him with raised eyebrows. It's probably just spam. It's annoying. Hurry up and pick up the phone already. Wang Bingbing shouted at him. Due to the pressure on him, Xiong Lu completely forgot that he could simply put his phone in silence. Sorry? Xiong Lu retrieved his phone and answered it. Young Master Zhong? We have come to a decision and... However, Xiong Lu immediately interrupted and spoke in an angry voice. Fuck. Stop bothering me with your spam. Huh? But we are... Shut up. If you dare call me again, I will use all of the Zhong family's resources to hunt you down. Xiong Lu quickly closed his phone afterward, not letting the other party utter another word. He proceeded to show an awkward smile to the others and said, My apologies. Because of my position within the family, there are always people contacting me with bothersome things. Of course, that was a lie. Even if people wanted to contact him for advertisements, they wouldn't have the means to find his personal phone number. Eventually, the demon-sealing faction returned home. You can wait out here. We'll let Yuan know of your arrival. Wang Ming said to him, I understand. Xiong Lu nodded with an obedient smile, but deep inside he was fuming with anger, as he'd never experienced such shame before. Even losing his army of exiles to Yuan wasn't as humiliating as this. Inside the manor, Yuan was notified of Xiong Lu's unexpected appearance. Oh, Xiong Lu is here to apologize? I expected many things, but this was definitely out of my expectations." Yuan showed a look of surprise after hearing this information. Wang Ming chuckled. "He's probably acting like that because we sort of threatened him a little." Yuan smiled and said, "Anyways, I'll meet with him. Bring him to the living room. Let's make him wait a little longer, at least until we all clean up our appearance." Wang Shuing suddenly suggested, "That's a little mean, but I'm not against it." Wang Bingbing chuckled. That's what he gets for threatening us." Chu Liuxiang sneered. Upon hearing their suggestions, Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Once it was decided, everyone returned to their own rooms to clean themselves. Half an hour had passed since Zhonglu was told to wait outside the manor, yet nobody returned to speak with him, almost as though they had forgotten about him entirely. "Fuck, these fucking bastards! How dare they treat me like this?" However, despite the mistreatment and humiliation, Zhonglu's feet remained rooted to the ground. If he left now, he would most likely forever lose the opportunity to apologize to Yuan. Eventually, after 45 minutes since his arrival, Meifeng came outside to meet Zhonglu, who was visibly trembling from anger. "The Demon Sealing faction is ready to meet you," Meifeng said, not even bothering to apologize for making him wait. Zhonglu clenched his teeth and silently nodded, his forehead bulging with veins that he couldn't control nor hide. Meifeng led Zhonglu to their living room, where Yuan and the rest of the Demon Sealing faction were assembled. Seated at a long table, an intense atmosphere permeated the room, resembling a tribunal of judges ready to pass down judgment. Zhonglu swallowed nervously when he saw this. When he stepped into the room, he could feel the appearance of an invisible blade pressing at his neck, threatening to kill him if he misbehaved in the slightest. Yuan, who was seated the furthest away, spoke in a calm voice. "Zhonglu, right? You seem quite different from when we met in Cultivation Online. Even though Yuan was seated, it felt as if he occupied an unattainable position, gazing down upon Zhonglu from high above. In comparison to Cultivation Online, the intensity and pressure of Yuan's gaze were unfathomably more potent in the real world. Zhonglu instinctively froze upon sensing this gaze, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. The terrifying pressure emanating from Yuan at this moment rivaled that of his father, if not surpassing it, resembling that of a beast with unfathomable power and deep bloodlust. Despite encountering the Demon Sealing faction and gaining insights into their real cultivation, Zhonglu remained fixated on devising ways to destroy Yuan and those close to him. However, upon meeting Yuan in person and comprehending the true extent of the monster before him, Zhonglu swiftly discarded such vengeful thoughts and relinquished the pursuit of revenge. Thud. Zhonglu fell to his knees and kissed the floor with his forehead before shouting in a loud voice, "I am terribly sorry for everything I have done. I deeply regret my actions and vow to never step in your path ever again. Please forgive me." After Zhonglu's voice stopped, echoing in eerie silence filled the room. New novel chapters are published on Chapter 1399, Li Jinxi's Dreams. In Chapter 1399, Li Jinxi's Dreams, Yuan raised an eyebrow with a somewhat surprised look on his face after witnessing Zhonglu's exaggerated apology. However, he had no intentions of forgiving Zhonglu so easily and spoke in a cold voice. "Why should I accept your apology? You think you can provoke me and make it go away with an apology whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Do I look like a pushover to you?" "No, of course not," Zhonglu quickly said, but he couldn't think of anything else to say in this situation. After all, it was true that he had provoked Yuan out of sheer jealousy, and Yuan had no reason to trust his sincerity. "What do I have to do?" Zhonglu asked after a moment of silence. "Nothing," Yuan calmly said. Excuse me." Zhonglu wore a dazed expression on his face, seemingly unable to understand the meaning behind Yuan's words. Yuan quickly responded in a calm tone, "I will not accept your apology, but I will also not come after you for revenge. If you stay out of my way and don't provoke me any further, we can both continue to live our lives without any unnecessary headaches." However, the moment you try to do anything to me or those around me to get to me, I will immediately crush you and your entire family. Do I make myself clear?" Zhang Lu did not immediately respond, as he had to take a moment to comprehend Yuan's words. You. He nodded a moment later, saying, "You have my word," Yuan sneered. "Your words are worthless to me, nor will I believe them, but as I said, I don't want any unnecessary bloodshed, so you don't have to worry about that. If you have nothing else to say, you may leave." Zhang Lu didn't dare to stay there any longer, fearing that Yuan might suddenly change his mind. He left the place the following moment, escorted out by Meifeng. "I think you let him off the hook a little too easily, Yuan. He deserved to be punished a little more for what he'd done to you," Wang Ming suddenly said. A few others proceeded to chime in, agreeing with Wang Ming's view. Yuan smiled and asked, "What kind of punishment should I have given him? We're not in Cultivation Online, so it's not like I can chop his hands off for messing with me. He's just an overly prideful and reckless young brat who went a little overboard with his provocations. I don't have the energy to deal with someone as meaningless as him." "Young brat? You sound like an old man." Shi Lang laughed out loud. Sure enough, Yuan's mentality had matured even further after absorbing more of Tianyang's memories, perhaps a little too much. However, this was an inevitable change, and it would only get worse as he continued to recollect more memories. Yuan stood up and said to them, "Get some early rest today. I will train with you guys tomorrow. I'm curious how the Lord trains you all," while everyone left their seat. Li Jinshi remained seated for a little longer, her gaze on Yuan, looking as though she was in deep thought. Ever since Yuan handed the Golden Empress to her in Cultivation Online, Li Jinshi has been having weird dreams in her sleep, mostly about living as someone with a similar face and name in a world similar to Cultivation Online. Li Jinshi didn't initially give it much thought, considering it was common for dreams to be influenced by one's thoughts before sleep or throughout the day. She often contemplated cultivation, so such dreams were not unusual for her. Yet as she encountered more and more of these dreams, a realization gradually dawned on her that perhaps they were more than mere dreams. These visions were oddly specific, intricate, and realistic, almost as if she were reliving another life she had once known. Moreover, intertwined within these dreams was someone strikingly familiar. This person bore Yuan's face, yet his demeanor was cold and aloof. Despite that, the person in her dreams followed this person from the moment they first met, akin to a newborn chick following its mother. Li Jinshi wanted to share her experiences with Yuan, but she hesitated, wary of sounding crazy. Thus, she had been suppressing the urge for a considerable time. However, after witnessing Yuan's reaction to Xionglu today, he seemed to bear a resemblance to the man in her dreams. In the end, Li Jinshi refrained from approaching Yuan and returned to her room, immediately heading to bed to dream. A world that had captivated her as of late. "Tianjin, where are you heading to now? That's none of your business." You always seem to have a destination in mind, and it would always benefit your cultivation greatly in the end, almost as though you knew it would happen. How is that possible? Can you see the future or something?" Jinshi pondered, expressing her observations after following him for decades. Tianjin glanced at her and sneered, "Do I look like a god to you? It's just coincidence." "Coincidence? Do you think I am stupid? Every place you go just happens to have exactly what you need at that moment. If you cannot see the future, then you can control fate. You cannot convince me otherwise. Whatever you say." Tianjin merely shrugged at her words, treating her as though she was just a random crazy lady. Li Jinshi woke up after sleeping for exactly 8 hours, but it felt like she had lived for years within her dreams. "My cultivation went up again," Li Jinshi mumbled to herself after inspecting her body. The biggest reason why Li Jinshi believed her dreams were more than just ordinary dreams was because her cultivation would increase a little after every dream. Unfortunately, she could not explain the reason behind this phenomenon. There must be a reason why I'm having these dreams. Hopefully the answers will reveal themselves through the dreams, Li Jinshi thought to herself as she prepared for another day of training. This chapter is updated by Chapter 1400, Training with Leah, Vint 1400 Training with Leah. After the demon-sealing faction had breakfast made by Meifeng, they made their way up the Dragon Spiral Mountain for another day of training with the Lord and Leah. However, there was an additional member, Todesimon, who had never been to their training before. "What kind of training do you guys typically do?" Yuan asked them as they walked together. "At first, we spent most of our time boosting our cultivation. Once we reached Spirit Grandmaster, we focused on stabilizing our cultivation. Nowadays, we spend almost all our time sparring with the manager." Shilang said, "You're sparring with Leah? Not the Lord?" Yuan learned something new. "Of course not. We wouldn't last a second against the Lord. The manager is really strong, too. We can't defeat her even if we all went at her together." Wang Bingbing sighed. Yuan smiled. "I look forward to sparring with her." Upon arriving at the peak of the mountain, Leah could be seen waiting for them right outside the formation's entrance. Her eyebrows twitched when she noticed Yuan amongst the group. She had anticipated his appearance sooner or later, but it still felt weird to see him with the others. Once they were at the true peak of the mountain, Leah immediately started their training and said, "Who wants to go first?" Wang Ming raised his hand. "Come." Leah gestured for him to approach her. The summit of the mountain lay empty and vast, boasting a flat surface that made it an ideal arena or training ground. There were also no buildings to destroy, allowing them to unleash their full strength without worry. Once the fight began, Wang Ming immediately charged at Leah with a weapon. Meanwhile, Leah confronted him with nothing but her bare fists. Ha! Leah did not attack Wang Ming for the first few minutes, only focused on dodging and blocking his strikes. Once 5 minutes have passed without Wang Ming landing a single hit on her, Leah started pointing out Wang Ming's flaws while throwing fists at him. Unlike Wang Ming, all of Leah's strikes would land on their target without fail. Leah had the cultivation of a peak spirit lord, an impressive achievement considering her environment and lack of spiritual energy. However, her cultivation was irrelevant in this case, as she'd fought Wang Ming without using any spiritual energy. Being a dragon in her true form, Leah boasted naturally high prowess, so it would be overkill if she used her cultivation on top of her innate strength. It didn't take long for Wang Ming to collapse on the floor, suffering a complete and utter defeat at the hands of Leah. Next, Leah didn't even bother taking a minute to catch her breath before calling for her next challenger. One after another, members of the demon-sealing faction fought with Leah, who took no breaks in between each fight. Yet she looked completely calm and relaxed, almost as if the fights weren't even enough to be considered a warm-up in her eyes. Leah purposefully gave everyone 5 minutes to fight her, yet nobody there but Li Jinshi could land a hit on her. However, even Li Jinshi could only graze Leah's skin, and it required her to use the nameless technique. Once everyone had fought Leah, she turned to look at Yuan and asked, "Did you only come here to watch, or do you intend on participating as well?" "I'd like to participate if you don't mind." Leah snickered inwardly after hearing this, as she had always wanted to give Yuan a beating, but was held back by the Lord. Yuan approached her and asked, "What are the rules?" "You can use whatever you want. Treat this as though we are in a real fight," she quickly said. "Do you need to take a minute to recover your strength?" "I can fight each of them a dozen times without breaking a sweat." Leah sneered. Yuan smiled and said, "Still, I will give you a moment to rest. I want to fight you at your best, after all. You think you have what it takes to look down on me? I have been waiting so long for the moment to punch your face." Leah did not accept Yuan's offer and immediately charged at him. Whoa! Yuan was a little surprised by Leah's speed, which had drastically increased since her last fight, though he wasn't too shocked. After all, he knew she had been holding back against the others. Still, he was impressed by how much she'd held back. Is this her full strength? No, it's probably only around 60%. Yuan thought to himself as he dodged her sudden attack. Leah immediately went for another strike after her first missed. Then another and another. Yuan perfectly avoided all of Leah's strikes without fighting back. The demon-sealing faction watched their fight in awe, and it looked like Leah was the one being trained at this moment.
What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? Are you making fun of me?
Leah eventually stopped to ask with a deep frown.
Of course not. I'm just waiting for you to use your full strength, he said.
My full strength? You want me to kill you? Leah continued to frown.
Who?
Yuan patted his chest and chuckled.
You don't have to worry about that since you cannot kill me.
Leah gritted her teeth at his words and immediately unleashed her cultivation base, filling the area with a heavy pressure that left the others shocked.
She was hiding this much strength this entire time.
Shimurong cried out loudbender. Even though Leah knew that Yuan had purposefully provoked her so she could use her full strength, she couldn't let him mock her any longer. However, she didn't immediately charge at Yuan, almost as though she was waiting for something. After waiting for a moment without the Lord attempting to stop her, Leah showed a faint smile on her face and said, "I will make you regret messing with me." She swung her fist at Yuan with about 80% of her full strength, expecting him to dodge it again. However, contrary to her expectations, Yuan extended his arm with his hand wide open, as if he intended on catching her fist. This crazy, Leah was unable to stop her fist in time and struck Yuan's palm, expecting to send him flying. However, he not only stood firm, but also caught her fist, defying her expectations once again. "Not bad. Now it's my turn," Yuan suddenly muttered. When Yuan raised his other arm and pulled it back, Leah instinctively jumped back, distancing herself from him. Lightsvel. She stared at him with wide eyes afterward, her back soaked in cold sweat. "How does a human like him have such monstrous strength?" she cried inwardly. She instantly knew from that single exchange that Yuan was hiding an unfathomable amount of strength within his body. Yet she couldn't comprehend how a human like him could possess innate strength that rivaled even dragons. As for Yuan, he used Leah's frightening strength to test the current condition of his body. He could sense that the golden immortal physique had transferred to his real body, albeit incompletely. Ignoring the tingly sensation, he looked at his still trembling arm that had caught Leah's fist and mumbled in a low voice, "About 5%, huh?" This chapter is updated by